it wants me to change the video resolution. All right, 12, which is not supported. The expected video is 1920 by 1080. All right, we can do that. 1920 by 1080, you bastard. I'll let you have whatever you want. All right. Okay, settings. Output, blah, 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 blah. Start the step, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't really care. I got some in front of me. Hi there, Malik. How are you? Yeah, stupid YouTube is saying, you need to change the video resolution. You know what? I don't freaking want to change my video resolution. I'm going to put up whatever the hell goddamn video resolution I want. Tell me if it looks funny out there. Hey guys, how you doing? Oh boy, Gummy Miru, Furia, Sensei. I didn't think anybody was going to show up. It's just, I got this bottle of sake and I wanted to drink it, but you know how I feel about drinking alone. So, oh, Shinzi says I'm getting swollen. Oh, I don't know, maybe I should see a doctor about that. But anyway, here's this this sake that I got here. I'll hold it up to the camera. Actually, I got the preview window, but then I got the OBS preview window here, which essentially has my face so I can see what I'm doing live. So let me hang on, let's get this in a place I can see myself. There we are. Okay. Yay, now I'm alive. Okay, so I got this stuff. It's a little bit hard to see there. Oh boy, it's really hard to see. It is a daiginjo, and I know it's a daiginjo because, boy, how do I get that so you can see? No, you're not gonna be able to see it. But if you can see, it's all Japanese, 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 50%. That 50% is the polishing ratio. And you can see it's a rather clear sake. So even though I have no bottling date, I just wanted to try it. And Shenzi Sepp says, oh no, swollen means fit. I guess that's something your kids are doing. Okay, well, I've been working out. Okay, so let's see how this shit is. Oh, hey, Brazil Furfest, how are you? This is impromptu, this is unscheduled because I went out and I got some sake and I wanted to drink it. So, we're going to try this. I've never had this before. It's a very pretty bottle. Ooh, smells like sake. So, remember what I've taught you? You look first at the color. Now, it's going to be a little bit difficult to see on camera. I'll hold it against my face. It's rather clear. See? Look at that. And it is a daiginjo, so the polishing ratio is 50%. So. Oh, whoa. It's got a, it has quite an attack, shall we say. When it first hits your tongue, it hits very, very hard. But it's got a remarkable finish. Now, it could just be I haven't had sake for so long that I'm just getting used to it again. No, Furious, I don't think Alkali is joining. As a matter of fact, I haven't even told anybody I'm doing this. I didn't even think anybody was going to show up. I just, you know, let's pop this out so I can see what you guys are saying a little better here. As I said, I just wanted some sake, and so I got some sake, damn it. So if Alkali sees it and wants to show up in channel, that's great. Now, I know that Boozy was planning on streaming this evening himself, so if he starts streaming, somebody let me know. I don't want to be sitting on top of him here. Zombie, 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 zombie. Hey, how are you, zombie, zombie, zombie? Good to see you. Joseph Nicer, I thought you was waiting until your birthday. Well, Joseph, I did. My birthday was on the 4th of June. I actually had a stream that very weekend. Hello, Ro. Road Angry Deer is here. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, what else is going on? Oh, Sharpshire Eddie is off to watch Lost. You'll enjoy it. It gets a little funky toward the end. Cowlin the Wolf is very much hoping to go to Anthrocon 2020. I hope you can go to Anthrocon 2021, Cowlin. It'd be lovely to see you there. quite frankly, I'm hoping we're going to have Anthrocon 2021. At this point, nobody knows what's going to happen. It would be nice if I had a government that was willing to take on a pandemic, but I can dream, right? Zombie's great. A bit tipsy, but still standing. Let's work on that, shall we? This is actually pretty good shit. Like all sakes, the more you drink of it, the better it gets. Now, I just noticed, I hadn't realized this, this is one of those sakes that has the gold flakes in it. That's a gimmick. If I had known that, I probably wouldn't have bought it, but it does taste good. Now, I'm going to let those settle because I have absolutely no desire to have gold flakes in my sake. Oh, Tian Long is here. Hello, Tian. I was just showing people this lovely bottle that I have here. It's one of those Goldschlager sakes. I was not aware of that, so I bought the gimmick. Oh well, but it's pretty good stuff. It was interesting because I walked out to get this sake, and I came back, and it was sunny and bright, and I was walking in the sunshine, and I came in, and I put the sake in the refrigerator, and I sat down, and I looked outside, and it was all cloudy and gray, and I thought, oh boy, Tian smells the sake. Yum, yum, yum. Hello, Savvy Wolf, good to see you. And Cowlin the Wolf, is it just for design? It's a gimmick, just like Goldschlager. There's actual flakes of gold floating in it. Can you see that flashing in there? It does absolutely nothing. It's not imparting any flavor. It's pretty useless other than to look pretty. And people look at it and say, oh, it's got gold in it. Yeah, well, that's probably like 8 cents worth of gold in there. I'm not going to get too excited over it. Clockwork the Dragon Wolf has just tackled me. Hello, it's good to be tackled by a Clockwork Dragon Wolf. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, Tianlong's got a frowny face. Well, Tian, if you were down here, I would certainly share this with you. Unfortunately, Tian is on the other side of a border which remains closed, and we're very much hoping that opens in due time. Dark Drive says, hope you're staying safe and sick-free. Well, I am. I got my mask over there. I was unhappy with the mask because I didn't realize it had those stupid ports in it. I had to glue those shut. They destroy the purpose of the mask if you have those stupid breathing ports in there. Yes, Ro, you're correct. Gold in food and drink just gets in the way. But it's pretty, it's gold. Ooh, they're not drinking gold. Screw it. Hi, Caraway. This stream was unannounced. As a matter of fact, I didn't know until about 10 minutes ago I was going to do it. I really wanted to drink my sake, but I didn't have anybody to drink it with. So I figured if I fired up the camera and all you guys are here, then I'm not drinking alone. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on. I want to grab something. Be right back. Speaking of masks and safety, this just arrived in the mail today. I actually ordered it some time ago. But it arrived, and I thought, oh, how utterly nice. Let's give this a try. So we'll give it a go and see how it looks. Pardon me, I'm going to lean down here. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, a little bit higher. There we are. Get rid of some of the wrinkles. Okay, yes, I am now ready to go out in public. Yeah. So I guess this is the next best thing to a pup hood now that I think about it. So, yes, remember, the mask is not protecting me. The mask is protecting you. That's why I wear it. If the experts are right, and I'm an asymptomatic carrier, I'm protecting you. If the experts are wrong, oh well, I'm wearing a mask. Who the hell cares? I cannot understand why some of my idiot countrymen cannot get that through their thick goddamn skulls. I was talking to some folks in Malaysia this morning on VR chat, and they seemed quite horrified by the whole thing. Well, trust me, I'm horrified too. Cyberknight6, who inspired you to do stand-up? I wouldn't say that somebody inspired me. I never set out and said I want to do stand-up. Pardon me, it just kind of happened. I have always liked some of the great comics. George Carlin, for example. Oh boy, yes, the list goes on and on. Red Skelton inspired me when I was young. Carlin, as I said. Bill Cosby before he turned into a jerk. The list, there's too many to name. Chen said, did you just become a doggo? Yes, I briefly became a doggo, joining my Cerberus doggo over here. Omiclaw Bear, I'm allowed to be casual. I've been sitting in my house, unable to go anywhere, so you might say this is my quarantine look. Hey, Guilty Drake, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, does YouTube announce something? I didn't know if anybody was going to show up. I just figured people would stumble on it. Does an announcement go out or something when I start streaming? Because suddenly I got a full channel here. I didn't realize this was going to happen. Okay. Yeah, some people say they can't breathe in the mask. That's bullshit. People say, yeah, I have a medical condition. Well, okay, maybe you do. But quite frankly, I know of no medical condition that is going to make it impossible for you to wear a piece of cloth over your face. Fuck you. There, I said it. Paladai the Ghoul, do you like brown rum? Well, Paladai, or Palidi, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I don't drink hard liquors at all. I drink only wine, and sake counts as wine. So, no whiskey, no rum, no vodka, no water, no fruit juice, just wine. Russell Dixon, did I miss something? Nah, not really, Russell. I'm just hanging out. Oh, apparently YouTube does tell people when I stream. Okay, well, so YouTube ratted me out. Oh, well, here I am. So there's another reason why I'm streaming. Not only did I want to have some sake, but I wanted some company for it. I don't want to look at the news right now because there's stuff going on, and you know, I'll wait till tomorrow morning and get the summary because I'm just gonna wait. Okay, I don't want to know. This is actually pretty damn good for a gimmicky sake with the stupid gold flakes in it. This is actually rather tasty. This is Kamatsuru Tokusue Gold. Yep, brewed and bottled by Kamatsuri Brewery Company, of course. Oh, from Hiroshima. Maybe that's not gold flakes in there. No, that's a terrible thing to say. So this is an actual Hiroshima sake. Hello, Mr. Morningstar. Things are going about as well as they could be expected. Furry, yes, did you mention if Alkali was coming? I didn't tell anybody I'm doing the stream, so if he sees it and shows up in channel, great. There's nobody here at my house other than Substitute Ronnie and Little Green Dragon and Cerberus, so that's the only company I have. Callan the Wolf, would you be considered the most popular popufur that doesn't have a fursuit? That's very, very kind of you to say, Callan, but I think it would be the height of conceit for me to say, oh yes, I'm the most popular person. If that's such a title, then I'd be very, very happy to have it, but I don't think I am, really. I'm an old guy who drinks too much and never shuts up. Oh, boy. And to think, this is the little bottle. I bought 4 of increasing size. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, it's coming up. Oh, hello, Omiclaw Bear. It's coming up in midnight in Österreich. Maybe I should go to sleep, but I don't know. I'll tell you what, Omiclaw, if you're tired, go to sleep. If not, stay up. What's the matter? Tomorrow's Sunday. Who cares? Rose says you need to filter the sake through some cheesecloth. Well, okay. I have this brand new mask. Maybe I could drink the sake through the mask and that would filter it. I'm going to have a lot more sake before I try that experiment, okay? We're going to wait for that. Mr. Morningstar, have you heard anything involving Anthropon next year? It's way too early to start talking about anything beyond next month, Mr. Morningstar. I'm sorry. We're at this point, yeah, we're going to hope that things clear up by then, but nobody knows. We're just going to have to see how things turn out. Bonjour, Gigard. Comment ça va? Oh, God. Gigard says, I only drank sake in a Chinese restaurant. Okay, that might be your first mistake there. Chinese restaurants are not known for their fine sake selection. Some of my folks are planning on doing something virtual for AmpliCon this year. On the 4th of July weekend, I know that Ronnie has, either Ronnie or Zeke, I can't remember who. All those Canadians look alike to me with their beady eyes and flapping heads. They're going to be doing a virtual dance competition. I'm going to be doing a story hour, or at least they tell me I'm doing a story hour. I guess it'll be kind of exactly what you're seeing here, me sitting with a glass of sake in front of the camera talking. Yay, so whatever. But if it makes people feel better, if it makes them happier, hell, I'll do it. Who am I to deny people their happiness? Mio Venmi, would filtered sake taste better or worse? Well, Mio, this is actually filtered sake. Notice its clarity. I've taught you before about unfiltered sake. That's the nigoris. Oh, God. In the store, I was horrified. I was going to take a picture and send it to Tian Long just to upset him. There was a bottle of nigori sake that was bright, screaming yellow. I'm talking like international danger symbol yellow. See it from outer space yellow. And I was lining up to take a photo of it and say, oh my God, look at this. Then I noticed it said mango nigori. Okay, great. You have to flavor your sake to make it drinkable. Now that's crap. Mr. Morningstar, I'd like to know, do you still have dinner with her? I had breakfast with her this morning. I shall be having dinner with her on Monday. She is doing quite well. Some folks have pointed out that my diet and exercise routine seems to be working for me. Thank you very much for noticing. My mother's is definitely, it is usually anathema for a gentleman to discuss a lady's weight, but my mother is quite proud. She has lost weight. She is now down to 117 pounds. She is a wee scrap of a thing, and she is quite delighted. She's totally over the moon. And we owe it all to this little, control your mind device that I'm wearing on my arm here. Oh, Vavaka dropping. Hello, Vavaka. Brief though it was, good to see you. Carolyn North, do you think VR cons may be successful? Here's the thing, Carolyn. I got mixed feelings about it. Remember, I go back to a day when furry was entirely VR. We started having cons so we could see each other in real life. It just feels like a step backward to go to entirely VR. I would like to think that VR cons will not completely replace the in-person cons. For one thing, yay, it's great. I'm sitting in front of my screen looking at wonderful pictures, but the screen can't hug me. The screen can't give me a high five. The screen can't smell like Febreze. I guess it could, but it's not the same thing. Colin Wolf, have you ever gotten a troll here? Probably, but I've got some very, very good monitors? You know what I mean. I got guys watching the channel for me here. Moderators, that's what I meant to say, moderators, yeah. Chin Long says, by the way, none of this stream is Sake's fault. The sake, however, is his fault. I might point out that it was Ronnie, the knockoff Ronnie here notwithstanding, who coerced me into getting sake. I was not going to. I was just going to sit here and watch some YouTube videos or something, and Ronnie sent me a message saying, hey, you should go get some sake. And I said, I really don't want to. He said, no, you should. It's been a while since you've had sake. Think of how good it is. Think of how wonderful it would make you feel. And I said, I don't know. He said, you really want sake? I know you do. I said, but but I don't have anyone to drink it with. He said, you can fire up your webcam. Go and get the sake. So I did. That is a 105% true story, and I'm sticking by my word. That is precisely how it occurred. Bitte Werwolf, wie geht es dir? Oh, Bert's Clever Paws. Hello, Bert. I just learned something new. Wanted to share it. Yes, sulfuric acid and one of the manganese oxides equals fun. Yeah, you've got some serious oxidizing power there. Okay, you have some wonderful color changes. How's that? A stream can't break your back, cause distress in the lobby, and a lot of other post-con flashbacks. Well, Mio, maybe it's just a defense mechanism afterward that I tend not to remember those things, so don't remind me. Time to pour some more of this goofy Goldschlager gimmicky sake, but it's actually pretty good. Cerberus wants pets. Oh, okay, but which one? We'll go for this one. He looks like he wants the pets. All right, the rest of you guys get some too. And knock off Ronnie gets some because we don't want to leave him out. Oh, boy. Oh, Paul Stein, I love your story hour. Why, thank you. Can't get enough of them. There's a lot of them. I have some of them memories. You know, it's a kind of a funny thing. A lot of people come to me and say, oh, dude, I remember your story you told about this thing. This story that I told in 2003. And it's like, I don't even remember that. Holy cats. So I'm kind of fortunate. If I, as I get older, start losing my memory, it's okay. You guys remember for me. Jinlong says Cerberus wants camera lens. Okay, why not? So let's go. It's lem, 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 lem. Okay, there you are. Now, quit horning in on my stream. Mr. Morningstar, I must say you do look fit and healthy. As I said, I've been working very hard on it. You can't see, but there's a pull-up bar in one of the doorways goes into the laundry room over here. So I've been doing pull-ups as part of my exercise routine. It's one of these over-the-door pull-up bars. I still don't trust it because there's enough YouTube videos, like on the Zap videos of people using the pull-up bars and the thing comes apart and they land on their asses. Well, I'm too old to be landing on my ass and my back is in terrible shape. So when I do my pull-ups, I take every pillow in the house and pile it up under the pull-up bar just in case the damn thing breaks. Gigoud says, what polar/noir book could you recommend me? Right now, Gigoud, you're asking me to think. And I can't brain tonight. I've got the dumb. I'm terribly sorry. Désolé. Peut-être demain. Muir St. Clair says, dang, Kage's ripped. Okay, should I start soliciting donations to take off my shirt? I don't think that's this kind of stream. I'm just here to drink sake. Okay, I hereby pronounce this good shit. Even though it's gimmicky and Goldschlagery, it's actually good shit. Red Reese, do you ever go back and watch old con videos? Oh, I do. I go back and I watch old convention videos. But I don't go back and watch old wine streams. I actually hardly ever look back at old wine streams. Why? Because I want plausible deniability. That's why. Gummibjorn says, if only Kage would remember his panels and such a cons. I have people who remember them for me. Remember? Okay, Ronnie, for example, this is knockoff Ronnie. When I say Ronnie, I'm going to point to him. Ronnie helps me remember where the panels are. I got Zilver, who helps me remember where the panels are when he knows. He's not here, I can say that. Okay, for those of you who don't know, it was at one of the Eurofurrences. I was supposed to be at Estral Stage A. And Zilver was walking by. I said, dude, where's Estral Stage A? And he took me to a stage. And I'm standing on the stage and nobody's showing up. Then a band comes in and starts setting up. And I said, are you guys in here? They said, yeah. I said, isn't this Astral Stage A? They said, no. I looked at Silver and I said, where's Astral Stage A? Well, it was up, down, around the corner. And I've not let Silver forget that. The same way I haven't let him forget that beer stain on the ceiling. And I deliberately leave it there as a memento. Mr. Morningstar, you should do a workout Winestream. Okay, I don't know if you need to see a flabby old man working out in the morning. Besides, when I do my workouts, it's too exhausting when I finish one set and collapse on the mat and I'm sitting there going, oh God, Jesus, why do I do this? Oh Jesus, I can't do this anymore. Halendrix, hello Halendrix. Have you read Black Set? I read some Black Set. I know there's more Black Set than I've read, but I have, and I'm very familiar with it, and oh God, it's very good. And I am being driven absolutely up a fucking wall because there's a fingerprint on my... Would you excuse me just a half a second here? Where the hell is that stupid cloth that you use for the... Everyone's got one of those cloths for their glasses, you know. Hang on, I think I know where one is. It's in here. I'm getting it. There we are. Yeah. I'm back. Okay. Anybody who wears glasses knows the living hell of having a fingerprint in the middle of your sight. It's like having an enemy hovering in front of you that you want to punch, but you can't connect. Oh, that's so much better. Kampai. Draco the Dragon would like to... Tian Long says you better save some of that Goldschlager good shit. Well, Tian, it's going to be gone. However... They did have several bottles of this, so once the border is open, my dear boy, we shall get you some. And Draco says that when we go to cons again, what wine would you like me to bring you to enjoy? Well, I enjoy most wines, unless it's Chardonnay. It is an abomination. Please do not expose me to Chardonnay. I do not like it. But German Rieslings, Mosel Valley, no older than 3 years, preferably Cabernet variety. If you can't get that, any rot-gut white Zinfandel will do. If you want to get sake, please don't go out and buy sake and give it to me. Talk to me first, or bring me with you, or take a picture, because it's very, very, very easy to get bad sake. And it can be quite tricky even with a label that you think you know. So it's best not to try to get me sake unless I'm like hovering over your shoulder and say, oh yes, that's good shit, get that there. Gummy I did not forget that art auction. I was on time for Eurofurence for that art auction. The fact that that was the one event in 15 years that they started on time is not my fault. BT Werewolf, best wishes to you and your mother's continuing good health and well-being. Dankeschön, BT. Mom is doing very, very well. She's in very good health. I just left her this morning after helping her fix something that was going crazy with her phone, and she couldn't get Chromecast to cast to her television, so I helped her fix that because Knockoff Ronnie was not available to help. Colin the Wolf says, how can you usually make your wine streams unlisted after they're uploaded? It's kind of annoying when I forget to like them. Well, Cowlin, my wine streams are Patreon supported. So, in general, it's kind of a nod, a gentleman's sort of agreement. The wine streams are made available to the Patreon patrons right away, or as soon as I remember, after the stream. Usually after about a month, when the next wine stream comes in, I'll go back and make the last wine stream public. So there's usually a public delay of about 4 weeks. Unless I get busy or carried away or old and forget, and I look back and say, holy shit, I haven't made these public for 3 months. Then they go boom, boom, boom. Mr. Morningstar would like to know, have I ever had Chankit Pit. Chankit. I've never had that, Mr. Morningstar. Can I call you Mr.? Mr. I've never had that, but hell, I'll try anything once. Kanchi Kitsune says, how about Moscato? Far too sweet for my liking. It's like drinking melted Jolly Ranchers. Okay, I do like sugary things, I do like sweet things, but sweet alcoholic beverages, they're dangerous. You get drunk on those, they will fuck you up like mad, believe me. Take it from one who knows. Gigard, annoying to have fogging in your glasses when you wear a mask. I agree wholeheartedly, Gigard. When I go into work, and I'm going into work about 1/3 of the time because I have to go into the laboratory, what I found is that, where did I put that mask? Oh, sorry. Allow me to demonstrate. People talk about all sorts of tips and tricks you can use. Yeah, so here's my brand new mask. When you have this mask on, see, when you exhale, the breath is coming up here. Now, that's one of the ways it protects people. It's deflecting the breath upward. Now, you can either put a clip across the top, and this one actually has something that feels like that might be a clip. I might have to play with that. You can either put a clip across the top to hold this closed so that when you exhale, it doesn't blow up, or you can bring your glasses down old person style so the breath goes up past them. You notice they do not fog up. There's all sorts of, things people say, spray this on it, wipe this on it. None of that shit works, believe me. Whew. But I'm going to take this off because I have a medical condition. I'm American. Oh, it does. It's got one of those flexible clippy things. So this is actually a very nice mask. And it came with an extra padded insert filter, which, okay, I'm going into work on Monday. I'm looking forward to wear this. All right. Mr. Morningstar says it's a Minnesota white wine. I don't know if I've had Minnesota wines before. I've had Wisconsin wines. I've had Michigan wines. I don't know if I've had... I shall try it. Let's see. Mira St. Clair, what's your favorite dog breed? I love dogs. I am a dog person. I grew up with dogs. I still speak fluent dog. Is there a single breed that I like? I guess German Shepherds and Huskies. Yeah, I'm a furry, right? I like wolfy dogs. I like dogs that look like their ancestry. Huskies, German Shepherds, guys like that. The sticky up ears and the lupine shape of the muzzle. That's my favorite kind of dog. Collies, maybe to a lesser degree, they're kind of like the frou-frou, mincing ballet dancey boys of the dog world. But I'm not going to say I don't like the little pillow dogs, but, they're pillow dogs. Ronnie, for example, has this microscopic canine. It's about this big. He carries it around in his shirt pocket when they're out for walks and everything. It's not really a dog. It is actually a member of the pillow family. It is much more closely related to this than to any sort of dog that walks the earth. There. Cerberus is sitting on the pillow here, you see. Ro Indigo, watching anything interesting recently? Ro, I've been watching so much recently. I like good scary movies, and I found a couple of late. I've also found some really bad ones. Let's see. Kiowan, can we hear you speak some dog? Okay, Kiowan, you've caught me. I can understand dog. I can't speak the language. Well, okay. The spoken canine language, I can't do. My mouth isn't set up for it. But I understand a dog's body language. I can recognize when a dog is eager to come up and see me and when he wants to come up and see me. I can communicate with a dog somatically. I know when he wants pets. That's what I mean by I speak dog. I'll be out walking or something, and a dog will come running up to me, and the owner's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Don't be. I speak dog. I know he's saying hi, and I want to see you. That's okay." Okay, Bert Clever Paul's Labradors. Yeah, Labs, labs are labs are in a category of their own. They are the at the same time the smartest and most brain dead canine on the face of the planet, and that's just endearing. Oh, Lorsha MJB, time to grab a beer. Join me, that's why we're here. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, Hellhound, or Hell 3 Hounds. Hellhounds. You gotta say it twice. Hellhound Squared. Speaking of Wisconsin wines, have you been to a little place called Manitowoc before? I have not been to Manitowoc. I think I've been to Milwaukee. I think that's about as close as I've gotten to anything in Wisconsin. Milwaukee, of course, is where you're going to find First Square. I think that's Milwaukee, isn't it? Yeah, somebody remind me. But if your friend can go to First Square, and if we can hold First Square next year, I'd be happy to see your friend there. Mr. Morningstar, I think Silence of the Lambs and The Shining are the best movies. They are outstanding movies. Sir Anthony Hopkins, an amazing actor, one of the most talented, most versatile actors out there today. It wasn't in the original Silence of the Lambs. It was in, I think, the sequel, which was the one that had the guy detective. I think that was the sequel. There is a scene, and it really shows the amazing capability of Sir Anthony as an actor. Hannibal Lecter, they got a zoom in of his face, and the detective, when he says, "How is it that you caught me?" The detective says, "You had disadvantages." And Lecter says, "What disadvantages?" "You're insane." And it cuts back to Lecter's face, and it changes subtly, just a tiny bit. But it goes from that haughty, condescending look to a brief moment of, "Oh, yes, you're right." All in just a tiny twitch of his facial muscles. And it completely makes the scene. That man is a master, and I raise my glass to him. Cal and the Wolf, Golden Retrievers. Yes, they are very wolfy. I like them too. Golden Retrievers are just labs who have been quarantined too long and have not had haircuts. Yum, yum, yum. Kronos is going to go raid the alcohol cabinet. I did. Why shouldn't you? Quack Quack Honk say, "Hello, QQH. How are you?" Yum, yum, yum. Draco the Dragon. I've never seen The Shining. I recommend it, Draco. Watch it late at night with the lights off. That adds to it, really. There is another actor who can do that, who has that amazing control of his face. Sean Connery. And we're not going to talk about Zardoz. Don't think of Zardoz when I say Sean Connery. Put that thought out of your mind. I'm thinking right now of The Hunt for Red October. There is a similar scene in The Hunt for Red October when Connery, as the captain of the Russian sub, okay, I can do my disbelief suspenders that the Russian captain has this thick Scottish accent. Okay, I'm good with that, all right? I'm good with that. So the Russian captain is looking through the periscope, and he sees something that completely floors him. And Connery's character basically goes through a range of 4 emotions: shock, confusion, realization, and joy. Again, just with these very, very subtle changes of the face. No dialogue is needed. He doesn't have to say anything. Just the way his expression changes conveys everything you need to know in that scene. That is a good actor. Onyx Flame. Oh, you've had your hair cut, and now I'm blue and red too. Blue and red. You mean you dyed your hair? I don't know. Kaiwin, what do you think of Shiba Inus? too smart for their own damn good. They are very, very smart dogs, and they know it. Jen Long says, you dare mention Zardoz? I know Jen doesn't like... Hang on, hold on. A friend of mine who has a 3D printer made this for me as a present. Now, the one thing I want to do is I want to buy one of those mag-lev kits and put a magnet in here so this thing just levitates. You have to get one that's the right size and everything. But that would be really cool to have this see, the gun is good. It's like, whoa. By the way, if you haven't seen Zardoz, okay, it's a really bad movie. That's the first thing you have to know. If you're going to watch it, you need at least 5 friends there, and you damn well better be drunk when you do it. You're going to need to be. What can I tell you about Zardoz? Absolutely nothing. There's nothing I can tell you about that movie that would make it any better or worse. Just watch it. Onyx Flame says, are my comments getting through? Apparently they are. Oh boy, Calvin, I'm leaving this to you. Should I get you Skittles or chocolate? Please choose wisely. Now, when you say chocolate, do you mean M&M's specifically? Are we comparing them directly to Skittles? Because Skittles are lovely, but there are so many varieties of chocolate. So you're going to have to be a little more specific. I said oops because I don't want to get those stupid gold gimmicky flakes in here. I just realized I probably should have had dinner before I started this. Food is overrated. All right. Oh, Onyx Flame was blonde all of a week now. She got blue roots and red tips. That actually sounds kind of hot. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, Draco, what do you think of Robin Williams? And first off, a comedy genius. This man had comedic timing and wit that has not been matched. But he could be a dramatic actor. His best role, and I mean Robin Williams, is a movie called The Fisher King, because he got to play both a comedic and a dramatic role. They did the same thing in Good Morning Vietnam, and in, what is that? Awakenings, yes. Those are the 3 movies that I think Robin Williams absolutely shined in. Awakenings, I almost said The Hunt for Red October, I'm going back. The Fisher King. Okay, if you don't know these movies, for goodness sake, bring them up on Amazon. If they're not on Prime, they're going to be like $3. It is worth a watch. Robin Williams was an outstanding actor. It actually was very, very upsetting to me when I heard of his passing. Mr. Morningstar, I think I answered that question. My favorite Robin Williams movie was absolutely Awakening. The second favorite was Awakenings. The Fisher King was my absolute favorite. It's on my A-list shelf over here. When friends come over, if they've never seen it, I always show it to them. Rest Cure. Okay, I'm going to say it. You're trying to avoid the gold flakes, but you just can't. Ha ha ha! Maybe you should leave the comedy to me. Okay. Jinlong! Oh, Jinlong is here. Hello, Jinlong. Who knows sake? I'm going to hold this up. Jin, this is one of those stupid sake gold sluggers. I didn't realize it when I bought it, but it actually is rather good sake. You can see the little stupid gold flakes floating in it there. I bought it because I was unfamiliar with the label. That light is really bright there. I was unfamiliar with the label. But it is a Daiginjo, and if I can turn it enough, you can see there, Japanese. See the 50? Can you see the Japanese, 50%. That means 50% rice polishing ratio, which puts it in the Daiginjo category. Let's try this again. By the way, this is not the only bottle that I have, just saying. Can I do this without getting the stupid gold flakes? 30 years as a chemist taught me something. All right. Akira Hybrid So yes and is the main rule of improv. Does anyone ever do no and? Once again, you're asking me to think. This is my night off. I don't think on my night off. Thank you very much. Oh, and new stool, so they will not grow old. Tell me what you thought of it, new stool. Is it, it's like getting hit in the face with a trout. That's the only way I can describe that movie. It's amazing. Oh, Mr. Morningstar's grandmother is also watching. Well, how do you do, madam? Very good to see you. I apologize I'm not appropriately dressed. If I knew a lady was going to be watching, I know there are ladies here. That's a terrible thing to say, but I would have dressed appropriately. But this was a very impromptu thing, you see, so I hope that you'll forgive me. Oh, James Mark Coolin says, hello, Uncle Kage. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Wolfcat Wildcat, what do you think of John Candy? Also an underrated comedic actor. The problem is John Candy died far too young. He had so much potential. He still had so much to do, so much to give, and he was taken from us well before his time. Neo Malik, rice polishing ratio sounds like some kind of weird kink. You should talk to Tianlong about that. I'm just saying, okay? Kai would like to know, have I seen the film There Will Be Blood with Daniel Day-Lewis? Daniel Day-Lewis is an exquisite actor. I saw the film. I didn't like it. Maybe it was just because it was a little too heavy for me. Maybe it was because of the awful ending. But it's not on my A-list. Let's see. Draco would like to know, what do I think of Tom Hanks? An extraordinary director. Sometimes he's got a bit of a heavy hand. Mr. Hanks is a remarkable storyteller, but he lacks subtlety. Somebody give me an example. I'm trying to think of one. Like I said, this is my night off. I'm not into thinking on my night off. But a lot of times they hit hard. But they do hit hard. It's like he's coming at you with a bat and just smacking you with the bat all the time. He does it well. But sometimes just kind of brushing the bat against your ear might get the same point across. Onyx Flame says, how's the diet going? You tell me. I'm doing my best. Oh, Mr. Morningstar says, it's nice to meet you. Very, very good to meet you too, madam. Yes. Oh, and Gigad says, I discovered the Feebles. Gigad, I hope I didn't do that to you, because then you'll hate me. Yes, Meet the Feebles. That movie was made by a young film student who would then go on to direct The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson made Meet the Feebles. It's not The Lord of the Rings. Let's just say. Peter Jackson also made Dead Alive, which I think still has the record for using the most amount of fake blood in any single production. Okay, Mio Van Me brings up John Belushi. Okay, that's a complicated issue. Yes, John Belushi was a good comic, but far too much of his comedy came out of the substances, if you know what I mean. He relied a little too much on this. Maybe I'm one to be talking, but I can at least do it sober. I don't think he could. Yeah, not to put the man's memory down. You know, he was groundbreaking. But if you look at some of the commentary, the behind-the-scenes commentary from the Blues Brothers, for God's sake, the man was completely out of control. When they were filming the Blues Brothers, he would disappear, and they would have to go looking for him. He would, go to random people's houses and knock on the door and ask if he could crash on their sofa. I would not have wanted to work with him. Oh, hello, Mama T. Good to see you tonight. Forgive me for not announcing this. This This was completely impromptu, and I didn't realize that YouTube announces when I stream. I figured I'd just kind of sneak in and people would find it, but apparently not. Quack Quack Honk says, have you seen Executive Koala? It's on the B-list shelf back there. Yes, I have. Oh, Gummy Bjorn has a Telegram chat, by the way. He's just put it in the main chat if you guys want to do this via Telegram. Yum, yum, yum. Joshua Pauls, what do you think of Tim Curry? I like Tim Curry as an actor. He got a bit of a raw deal because he really was typecast because of the Frankenfurter character, and he's trying to distance himself from that. I understand that the man's health has not been good. I hate to say it, but I fear that we are going to lose him and he will never have gotten out from under the shadow of that character. Onyx Flame, I posted pictures of my hair in Gummy Bjorn's Telegram. Really? Yeah, everyone knows you ghost that. I don't know what you mean. Next question. Oh, it's Cyber Knight. Have you watched the Harry Potter series? Yes, I have. Entertaining films. Okay, I thought it was interesting that the initial films were very much geared to children, and as the characters matured, so did the plots. I know that I watched the most recent three. Okay, what was the one that had the crazy guy that you saw him in the newspaper and he was like in a straitjacket? And from that one on, I know I watched them, but they didn't stick. Oh, incidentally, J.K. Rowling is a bitch. There, I said it. I have seen some of the things she said, and I think it is reprehensible. That is my personal opinion of... Oh, dear. I'm being punished by the sake gods, who are both in the channel, by the way. Fortunately, there's another bottle in there. Mr. Morningstar, what about Christopher Walken? When this stream is done, you need to look up, those of you who weren't around in the 90s, go to YouTube and look up Pinky and the Brain Meet Christopher. Christopher Walken is also... He is either a genius or he is Satan. I'm not sure which he is. The jury's out on that. Let's see. Roe Vendigo, I actually have not seen 1 hour photo. Jinlong says, more sake. There is more sake in there. Mr. Morningstar, what do you think of the Hunger Games? I saw the first Hunger Games movie. Okay. It didn't do anything for me. First off, far too many plot holes. It just struck me as being childish. It was like it was written by a teenager. I'm sorry, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Am I looking forward to the Dune movie coming out? I don't know. I saw the last Dune movie, and it was appalling. Oh, God. What they did to that, oh, man. I can't remember if Frank Herbert was alive or dead when they made that movie, but if he was alive, it would have killed him. Incidentally, before he passed away, my understanding was that there was a planned collaboration that was going to be done between Larry Niven and Frank Herbert. They were going to call it Ringworm. Science fiction geeks will get that. While you're laughing, pardon me, I'm going to get another bottle. I'll be right back. Okay. I randomly grabbed another bottle. This is Hakutsuru. Hakutsuru is a... I'm not going to say low grade sake. That's unfair. It's a little more of an everyday table sake. At least this particular one. This is the Hakutsuru Ginjo sake. They don't put a bottling date on it, so you have to go by the color. Remember what I've told you about sake? When it starts to turn, it starts to get a yellowish tint. Hang on. I have a demo. I forgot. I have a demo. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ha ha ha. Oh, goody. Okay. Now, hopefully this will show up. Because there are two similar bottles. This is Hakutsuru and this is good sake. I want you to compare it to this one. You see? These bottles are in the same color glass. This one here, do you see that rather greenish yellow, oh my God, tint that it's got? This sake has gone bad. I bought this bottle specifically to illustrate that, to show people if you see a bottle like this, do not get it. And I am absolutely terrified that one night I might have had too much to drink and might actually open this thing. This is gone. This is vinegar. It's terrible. So compare that to this. This stuff ought to still be good. Rune Wolf, what do you think about Schindler's List? It was an excellent film. I think it dwelled just a little hard on Schindler's generosity. Now, here's the thing. Here I am judging history. I never met Oskar Schindler. I cannot speak of any authority. But I don't think he was quite as saintly and magnanimous as the film made him out to be. My personal feeling, simply because I know human beings, my personal feeling is that Oskar Schindler knew what side was going to triumph, so he basically allied himself with that. I have a suspicion that if the fortunes had been better for the National Socialists, he may not have gone that way. Again, that's just my feeling. I do not speak from authority. Please do not quote me on this. Oh, I had to establish this here. Red Reese, isn't the other one slightly milky? You know, I do believe it is. I do believe it started to get some sediment in it, or that just could be the frosting on the bottle. But as I said, these are the same color bottle. Okay. Oh, this good shit. Okay, we're going to try this one. Now, Hakutsuru is a Ginjo sake. The polishing ratio is not quite as high as the one I just had, but it's got a fairly good flavor. I've had this before. Where's the lid? Okay. So, as you can see, little tiny, you can't see it on camera. There's a, oh, wait a minute. Reasonably white background here. Wow, that looks clear. Okay, that's probably not a little too bright. Anyway, it's good shit. I'm going to drink it. Yeah, good sake. It is not quite as good as the one I just finished, so maybe I did these in the wrong order. Then again, the more you drink, the less you care. It's all right. Okay. Debonair Modernaire has just watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit again for the first time in years. I loved that movie. It was, okay, for any furry, it was great. And yes, a lot of people say that when I am dressed in my formals, I look a little bit like the judge. I'll take that as a compliment, okay? Oh, let's see. Mio Van Mee, what do you think about putting 1984 in a must-read/watch list for schools? We don't need to, Mio. We'll just have them watch CNN. Sorry, let's move on, shall we? Nushtula, did you see Parasite? Now, Nushtula, do you mean Parasite, the live-action film that got an Oscar and all that? Or do you mean Parasite, the anime about the alien thing that takes over the kid's hand? I've seen neither. It doesn't matter. Gumiyorn says, where's your UV lamp? I don't know. There might be... Hang on. Let's see if there's one over here. Be right back. Oh, that was normal. Do not know. Sorry, Gumiyorn. I don't know where it is offhand, and I don't really have time to go hunting for it. But sake is actually UV active. When you put an ultraviolet beam through this, the entire glass fluoresces. It's really cool to walk into a dance at a con with a glass of sake. Yum, yum, yum. Draco says, what do you think of Kevin Hart? I'm actually not familiar with Kevin Hart's work, so I cannot speak with authority. Dave Nevius, how the hell did the stream get started? Oh, well, Dave, if you mean tonight, I had bought these bottles of sake and really wanted to drink them, but I very, very much try not to drink alone, because that way lies madness. But I figured, if there are people on camera watching me, I'm not alone. So I basically just fired up the webcam sitting right here and said, I'm going to fire up the webcam. I didn't realize that YouTube sends an announcement. I thought I would just be streaming and maybe one or two people would notice and come by. But as soon as I started, here it came. Now, if you mean, how did the stream get started originally? The exact same thing. I wanted to have some sake and there was nobody to drink it with, but I had a webcam, so I fired it up. So the answer is the same whether you're talking about the original stream or tonight. Oh, Mr. Morningstar, my grandma, how do you do, madam, is new to the furry world and wants to know more. Do you by chance have some advice or tips so she can understand better? Okay, Mr. Morningstar, if you go to Amphicon's webpage, www.amphicon.org, there is a page called About. And there is a lovely little description as what is furry on there. And I think we still have a link to a brochure that we put out. That might be a very good place to start. Or she could email me. I'll wake up in the morning, see the email, and say, where did this come from? Because I won't remember tonight because I've had too much sake, but I will certainly be happy to answer it. Wolfcat Wildcat, can you describe the taste of sake? Tianlong, would you agree? The taste of sake is like tasting eternity. Or, as my late grandmother used to say when I was a little boy, this is damn good shit. Oh, my mic went really choppy. Let me know if that fixed it. Let's see. Oh, Esco Matilda, I missed the stream, so I'm sorry about that. Again, yes. Oh, hi, Silver. Yes, it's an impromptu stream. I didn't realize people would get an alert. Again, I thought this was supposed to be a stealth stream. I figured I'd just quietly be streaming and one or two people would show up and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you were streaming. I'd be like, oh yes, I'm streaming, and I'd talk to one or two. Oh well, YouTube ratted me out. Oh, hey, Alkali. Alkali says, what's going on over here? I am drinking stuff and you are not here to help me do it. Meow and Me, what do you think is the most underrated anthropomorphic cartoon series you watched? Road Rovers, definitely. And Calvin says, oh my God, Kage, my ears. Well, did I start singing? I don't remember. Oh, you mean with the mic. Sorry, I shouldn't do that, should I? Actually, wait a minute. I think I had the mic backwards. Tell me if this is better. Does this sound better? Now I have to wait the 10 seconds. Hello, Bunny Fluffy 10 says, oh, whoa, hiya, Uncle Kage. Fabu 40, hey, Kage, do you need some BA? You know, the rough-made beer. No, thank you. I've already got something to drink. Alkali says, you're good with technology. That's because I've got knockoff Ronnie here to help me out. Atkelar, wie geht's es dir? Guten Abend. Gummibjorn says, next time you want to do a stealth stream, use a different account. Okay, Gummi, then it would be a very stealthy stream. It would be sort of like dressing in all black and sneaking around in the woods at night. There'd be nobody here, and then I would be drinking alone. It just doesn't work that way. Let's see. Calvin says, I don't hear a difference. Okay, then it doesn't matter which direction the mic is facing. Alkali is the one who got me the first Yeti mic, and he said it has to... Never mind. Yum, yum, yum. Draco says, sounds good. Honest Flame says to Alkali, how are you and the wee robe-wearing marshmallow? I suspect I missed something there, but I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to keep moving. By the way, the stream is brought to you by Hakutsuru Brewing Company in Japan. So once again, those of you who are just joining, first off, welcome. Second off, I apologize for not announcing this. I bought some sake and I wanted to drink it tonight, but I don't drink alone if I can avoid it. I was actually talking with Ronnie, not knockoff Ronnie here, but the actual Ronnie, saying maybe I should fire up a stream. And he said, do it! So I did. And the rest is you guys here. Yeah? Okay. Oh, yes, Alkali says there's a butt on the microphone. Well, there is a butt on the microphone. Trust me. Alkali basically told me, just turn it to the butt. Don't ask. It's there. If you have a Yeti microphone, you know what we're talking about. Mira St. Clair, is there cucumber in the sake? Up yours. Thank you very much. Kaiwin, how is it that you met Isaac Asimov again? Let me tell you a story. Oh, Uncle Kage is going to name drop again. I was a youngster. I think I was 16 years old. I was attending a convention in Philadelphia, PhilCon specifically. I knew that Isaac Asimov was going to be there, but it never occurred to me I might actually run into him. Because back in those days, PhilCon was huge. It was colossal. There were like 1,500 people there. Ooh, giant gathering. So I was there, took the train in, as I remember. And I'm running around being a young, gangly fan. And at one point, I got into the elevator, and I was going to go up to a room. And as the doors started to close, a voice said, could you hold the elevator? So I put my hand in. And this little man, maybe 4 foot nothing, got in. And he said, thank you. And I nodded to him. And he said, could you hit 23 for me? And I looked down at him, and for the first time, I locked eyes with him. And I saw his face, and I said, Jesus fucking shit, that's Isaac Asimov. I'm in an elevator with Isaac Asimov. And he said, 23? And I said, and he said, and the whole way up, I'm standing there going, we rode up in silence. When we got to 23, the door opened, he stepped out, and before he went around the corner, he stopped. He put his hand in the elevator door, and he leaned in, and he looked at me, and he said, you you're allowed to talk to me. I'm not going to bite you. And then he walked off. I said, he spoke to me. He spoke to me. His words came in my direction. Oh, Jesus. It was either the next day or the following. I don't recall. The whole weekend was something of a blur. I happened to see him walking without his usual huge entourage, and I remembered what he said. So I walked up and I fell in a step beside him, and I tried to remain as respectful as I could, and I said, "Good afternoon, good afternoon, Dr. Asimov." And he stopped, and he looked up at me, and for a moment there was no recognition, but then he said, "Oh yes, the sweaty man." And I said, mm-hmm. He said, come here. And there are some chairs there. He pulled a chair up. He said, sit down. And I sat down, and he pulled another chair up and scooted up right in front of me and said, now, we're going to have a conversation. And I said, he said, not like that. I'm imagining you're a student. What is it you're studying? And I said, chemistry. And he said, you do realize my doctorate is in chemistry. And at that point, I didn't realize his doctorate he was a chemist. So we started talking, and it went from chemistry to just random stuff. I don't even remember. It was small talk, just talking about stuff back and forth, Philadelphia, the area, history, chemistry, science. It might have lasted for 20 seconds. It might have lasted for an hour. I was just engaged. And finally he said, I do need to get going though, but this has been a lot of fun. Next time you see me, just say hello. And then he stood up. He was going to go to the dealer's room. And he said, hang on, watch this. And he positioned me looking into the dealer's room, and he went to what we call back of house, the service corridor. And I was thinking, what the hell is he doing? And a moment later, way back in the far corner of the dealer's room, I saw a door open and close again. And about 10 seconds passed, and a silence started to spread across the room. And then everyone in the room started heading to that back corner. Because that's a little game he played. He would just kind of pop in and wait for people to notice, holy shit, it's Isaac Asimov. And then they would mob him, and he got off on that. Oh, Hokatsune says it's almost Hakutsuru Hokatsune. Good to see you. Dave Nevius, as a chemist, do you have any suggestion on how to treat fungal angular cheilitis that won't respond to regular drugs? Okay, Dave Nevius, I am a chemist, but I am not a physician. I could certainly look things up, but I am not qualified to tell you how to treat a medical condition. I can give you advice from what I am familiar with, but I am not familiar with that particular fungal condition, so you are going to have to speak to a doctor about that. Callan the Wolf, how did you get to where you are now with Anthrocon? I missed the meeting. So that's how I got to where I am now. Lorshin MJB, with celebrities / authors, you often forget they're human too, but it's really cool to meet them in real life. That lesson that Dr. Asimov taught me, I have done that myself, because people come up to me and they go, and I say, what, was there a spider on me? Get it off, get it off, get it off. But I do the same thing. I sit down and say, let's have a conversation. It was a beautiful thing he did to a wide-eyed fan. And it made me feel so good, and it made an impression on me. So if I can make even a tenth of that impression on somebody else and make somebody else feel that good, hell, I'm going to do it. That's why I'm in the business, after all. Malibu, how does it feel to be forced a year off from cons? At first, it was something of a relief. I said, boy, I get to relax. Yeah, I'm relaxed. And then it's like, yay, I'm relaxed. Okay, let's see what's on Netflix. Saw it. Okay, let's see what's on YouTube. All right, any cons coming up? It got old real quick, let me tell you. Akira Hybrid. Thanks for keeping me company at Convergence 2018. It was my pleasure, Akira. I might actually have even been sober. Probably not. Valentine Pup. Uncle Kage can read off the newspaper. I'd be 100% entertained the whole time. That's very, very sweet of you to say, Valentine. I wish I could live up to it. People once said, Uncle Kage can read off of a shopping list and make it entertaining. So, I'll tell you what. Hang on. I'm opening up Excel, because I'm a scientist. Okay. I shall read off my shopping list. Lettuce. Potatoes. Celery. Salad dressing, comma, light. Condoms. Kashi, parenthesis, for old people, close parenthesis. Kashi, parenthesis, chocolate, comma, for weekends, close parenthesis. Milk, comma, 2%. Chocolate, but there is a line through it and a note that says, only if you can afford the calories. Yogurt, but I spelled it wrong. I'm bad. Cozy Shack, which might be a pudding, or it might be wishful thinking on my part. Who's to say? I should probably, I can make this bigger. Hang on, I just realized. I can make the font bigger. Can O apostrophe mixed vegetables. I don't know why I decided to say O apostrophe when I'm making a note to myself. Irish for a moment. Let's see. Distilled water. I am a chemist. Don't ask questions you don't want me to answer. And finally, it just says ETOH. That is ethanol. Reminded myself, pick up something nice to drink. And that is my shopping list from last weekend, as a matter of fact. Oh, Onyx Flame says, I have a question. Gummibjorn and Chenlong will kick me for it. Then why ask it? Will this impromptu stream turn into a proper stream with the singing of the Singaporean national anthem? It all depends. Oh, the Malaysians taught me something else naughty to say in the Malay language, but I don't know if we have any Malaysians here. I know I said it right because Dark Lurker was there. This was in VR chat. Dark Lurker was there, and when I said it, his avatar put its hands in front of its face, so I said, I got it right. So I have another thing to say. So whether this goes to the Singaporean national anthem depends on how far I get through this bottle of Hakutsuru. Pardon me. Damien Boy, you look as if you have lost a few ounces of weight. It's so nice of you to notice. I haven't yet. I've been working out and dieting because it was about a year and a half ago when I went to the doctor and I got on the scale, and when they read the weight off, I said, no, absolutely not. And they said, no, sorry. I was kind of horrified. Now, I don't intend to fat shame anyone. What I'm intending to say is that the weight that they read off, I knew was quite an unhealthy weight for someone to be of my build, so I decided to do something about it. And I like to think that I've been successful. Akira Hybrid is asking both myself, Alkali, and Tien, what makes a good drinking song? A song that you can drink to. I tried to write one, but the lyrics were really bad. That's a good start. If you want to read what I wrote, let me know. I'll tell you what, Akira, Alkali is the expert on drinking songs, so he would give you the best opinion of it there. Bert Clever Paul's, do you get distilled water at the supermarket? You can get distilled water at the supermarket, yes. By the way, Boozy was going to stream tonight. If he's somebody let me know if he's streaming. I don't want to be streaming on top of him here. Let's see. Damien Boy says, and my English is rusty. I can understand it, Damien. There's no problem. Don't worry about it. And Rothwadores Unquartet. Wow. I think he has to drink the distilled water because the American drinking water quality. I would drink maybe purified water for that. You don't want to drink distilled water. It's actually not good for you. I have other uses for the distilled water, which we're not going to get into, not on camera when, it could be used against me in a court of law. Alkali says, I will always be particular to the barley mow. Did you mean to say the barley, is it barley mow or barley mow? I think, the barley mow. Yes, that's right. I'm too much of a furry. When somebody puts M-O-W, I think mow. So, okay. Tiern, the Green Dragon Tiern, one of my oldest friends in this fan. And very good to see you, my boy. I hope you're doing well. And Row of Indigo, I like sea shanties for drinking songs. They are. Okay, a good drinking song has a good hard beat to it. A good solid, usually 3/4 or 4/4 rhythm. And that is good for a drinking song because you can drink. I don't know. It's a German thing. Don't mind me. I've had something to drink tonight. Draco the Dragon, ever think of having Majira or Cory Coyote on your stream? Both are possibilities. We have to get by the current, and then we can think of having guests again. Quixum Nephitid says, Happy Solstice. Is it the solstice? Holy crap. No, I didn't realize. Happy solstice to those out there who observe such a thing. Let's see. Kiowan, you better not be building a smoke detector nuclear reactor with that water. I am not. I actually have something Zilver gave to me over here. I have a sample of heavy water, actual proper heavy water that was confiscated, shall we say, from a sunken German vessel in Norway. If I get the gumption to get out of my seat, I'll show it to you. Onyx Flame says, Boozy's not currently streaming. The poor boy was not feeling very well tonight, so I hope he does feel better soon. Have you ever had anyone on stream that has never consumed alcohol? Okay, some of you may remember when I had Crash Azarel on stream. Crash is not a drinking wolf. As a matter of fact, he weighs about 8 pounds outside of his suit. He's not a drinker. If you go back and you watch the Crash stream, I pour him some wine. That was a 4.5-hour stream. He's got the same glass all night long. So that's probably as close as we get. Oh, it's Tiern's birthday. Yes. Happy birthday, Tiern. Holy crap. 39th birthday. Dude, you were a goddamn teenager when I met you. Oh, jeez, time flies. Yum, yum, yum. Gigard says there's a drinking song in French. Boire un petit coup, c'est agréable. Boire un petit coup, c'est doux. I only know the one about les chevaliers de table ronde. I like that one. It's about the Knights of the Round Table judging wine. Goûtons voir si le vin est bon. Wolfcat Wildcat, why not distill your own water? Because that's too much like work. If I can buy it, I will. Kel the Wolf, sunken vessel, what are you on about? When I finish this glass, I'll go get the sample. I'll show it to you. Okay. Alkali Bismuth says, what you need right now is a drinking song. You have no idea how much I want to go out there and join you just so we can sing the Philosopher's Song from Monty Python. Okay, Alkali, this is just for you. Sing along with me at home if you know the words. Get ready. Emmanuel Kent was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. Heidegger was a boozy beggar who could drink you under the table. David Hume could outconsume Oppenhauer and Hegel. And Wittgenstein was a beery swine who was just as lost as Schlegel. There's nothing Nietzsche couldn't teach about the rising of the wrist. Socrates himself was permanently pissed. John Stuart Mill, of his own free will, on half a bottle shandy was particularly ill. Plato, they say, could stick it away. Half a crate of whiskey every day. Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle. Hobbes was fond of his dram. And René Descartes was a drunken fault. I drink, therefore I am. Yes, Socrates himself is particularly missed. A lovely little thinker, but a bugger when he's pissed. Monty Python's Flying Circus. The Philosopher's Song. There's my copyright strike for the night. I needed one. Let's see. Onyx Flame is saying, how is Grandma Kage? She's doing just fine, Onyx Flame. I had breakfast with her this morning. Damien Boy says, I thought Pandez was the ones who knows all about drunk songs. Okay. It's a talk. Okay, both Pandez and Alkali are very, very well versed in drunken singing. Alkali, though, he's got a much broader repertoire, although Pandez can do his bilingually. You know what they say about those bilinguals. Okay. Dave Nevius, the radioactivity of deuterium is infinitesimal, so how is heavy water toxic? It really isn't, Dave Nevius. Heavy water is not really toxic. Tritiated water is toxic, but deuterium is not going to do anything to you. Fabu40, I got a sake bottle with a string on it. Fabu40, tell me about that sake bottle. Is it, by any chance, a dark blue bottle, and is that string purple? Inquiring minds want to know. Please tell me. Mr. Morningstar, what's your view on Life of Brian? Absolutely brilliant. I don't want to get involved too much in religion, because the point of these streams is to entertain, not to offend. And it's a touchy subject, but I adore the Life of Brian because of some of the points that it makes. Let's leave it at that. Mr. Morningstar would like to know my... I'm sorry, that's what I just read, Life of Brian. Hellhounds Squared. Ever seen any of the Austin Powers movies? The first Austin Powers movie was good, but badly timed. The jokes went on too long. That was the problem with it. They made the joke, and then they kept making it and making it and making it. It's like, okay, dude, I've had my laugh. Move on. The second Austin Powers movie was actually better as a comedy because the timing was much better. Onyx Flame, I would like to know when the next planned stream is. Currently planned, tentatively planned, I should say, for the 11th of July. On the 4th of July, or the 3rd, or the 5th, we don't know, whatever Anthrocon's weekend was going to be, we are planning to do some virtual things. I am going to be doing a virtual story hour. I'm pretty sure Zeke Hyena has agreed to help do a virtual dance comp. It was either Zeke or Ronnie. As I said, all those Canadians look alike. It's hard for me to tell the difference. Gloom and Doom 666. Oh, hello, Gloom and Doom, both of you. Good to see you. Ada, what's your favorite werewolf movie? The Van Helsing movie, because the werewolves in that movie made me feel kind of funny, if you know what I mean. All right. Let's see. Gumiyor, what's the fuzz about those copyrights? Okay. There are what we call copyright pirates. They basically have bots wandering around YouTube. Anytime you put more than 4 notes together that sound like a song, they immediately hit you with a copyright strike and tell YouTube, that's our copyrighted music. We are going to put ads on this guy's video and get money for it. Now, YouTube doesn't care. They get money either way. So you can fight it all you want. They're not going to do anything about it. I used to try to fight the copyright strikes, but YouTube just said, nope. I heard 4 notes that sound like their song. They even tried to call copyright on songs that are more than 300 goddamn years old. And YouTube was like, nope, sorry. They're the copyright holder. Screw you. Give them, so I just demonetized the entire channel. I'm not going to give these people money. The only time I successfully fought a copyright strike, I was singing blah, 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 sing, and I had a lot of sake. And I got a copyright strike. These people say that you're singing their song. So I fought it. I did not. This is bad. I fought. I gave what I thought was a very valid reason. And I was surprised to get an email back that said, the copyright holder has reviewed your response and they have removed their claim on the grounds that it did not constitute music. So, yay, for me, I win, I guess. Okay. Ro Wendigo, is the virtual Amphicon stuff going to be pay to watch? No, Ro. We couldn't do that. This will be a freebie. We're not going to make people pay to see the stuff that we're doing just to try to make people feel a little better that there's not going to be an Amphicon this year. Oh, she got saw Dog Soldiers. That is an excellent werewolf film. Also made me feel a little funny, but not as much as Van Helsing. Oh, I'm going to repeat what Gloom and Doom 666 said. So much has changed in the past few months. My wife and I have adopted our 2 goddaughters and our loving parenthood. Here is to you, Gloom and Doom. God bless you. Kaiwin says, did you use paper fursuit straws in the end after the one I destroyed? Okay, Kaiwin, we still have 20,000 paper straws in our locker. We didn't get to use them. We'll use them next year. It's okay. Damien Boy, I kind of answered that already. Yeah, Pandas, Alkali, Drunk Songs. Already taken care of. You can move on now. Okay. No, Epic Coyote's desk just broke. I'm trying to use rubber cement to fix it. Okay, Epic, that's not going to work. Your rubber cement's not going to fix your desk. You're going to need a hammer and some nails or some good wood screws. The rubber cement's not gonna cut it. I'm sorry. Valentine Pup is gonna miss Amphicon. I am too. Oh, but appreciates all the effort we're doing. Well, thank you very much. Canceling Amphicon was one of the most difficult decisions we had to make. There were 2 things that really hit me hard. Number 1, we had 10,000 furries that were looking forward to it, and I really hated to let them down. Number 2, we had the city of Pittsburgh that was kind of looking to us to save them from this huge economic slump that they've suffered because of this pandemic. we couldn't do it. So I feel that even though it was not necessarily our fault, we still have let down the furry fandom and the city of Pittsburgh, and I feel awful about it, and I'm going to do my goddamnedest to make it up to both parties to the greatest extent that I am capable. Ro Wendigo, you're talking about the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing? Yes, the one with the werewolves that make me feel funny. Okay, Damien Boy, I thought that Pandez was the one who knows all about drunk songs. Damien Boy, I'm pretty sure I answered that, so if you're not a bot, please stop saying that, okay? Silent says, I'm surprised you don't just poke a badger and make him send them a letter. Okay, you can't make a badger do anything. You lure a badger into doing stuff. You pour something into a glass and put it in front of his nose and you lure him into it. Valentine says, yes, the city is so welcoming, the city of Pittsburgh. And we will make it up to them. I was almost in tears when I called up my contacts at the city of Pittsburgh and said, folks, this is hard for me to say, but I really don't think we can do this year. And they understood, but it was still difficult for me to even put it in words. Sorry, Damien had me on mute. Okay, Damien, if you had me on mute, why are you... You're not watching for this, I'm sure. If you had me on mute, come pie. We're just going to leave it at that. Okay, how's that? Oh, let's see. Oh, John Bandel, regarding the merch that was produced for Anthrocon this year. We did not produce any merchandise this year. Okay, John, can I call you John? John. We did not produce any merchandise. We did not make badges. We did not print anything because we typically start doing this stuff in March. And in March, we were getting the first rumblings of let's hold off. So we held off. Our final decision date was going to be the 1st of June because that's like the drop dead date for printers and things. But we had to make the decision before that. So there was nothing made. We did have one item that I ordered. I had ordered 12,000 little 2-ounce vials of hand sanitizer with Anthrocon's logo on them. The idea was we were going to have these as a giveaway to all our attendees. It turns out that they were ordered, but the supplier could not fulfill the order. For some reason, they had trouble getting hand sanitizer. So that was never even done. So we actually did not get anything for this year. There is something that I do intend to do, and I guess I can say it now because I'm the goddamn chairman. I can say what I want. We gave people the option to either get a refund or to carry over their memberships to 2021, and we're grateful for that. And a significant number of people took the option to simply gift their 2020 membership fees to us. Keep it as a donation. That was very, very kind of you. Those of you who gifted us your 2020 membership fee as a donation, I am going to make 2020 membership badges just for you. They're only going to be given to the people that gifted us their membership fee for 2020 as our thanks to you for your generosity and helping keep Anthrocon afloat to continue to 2021. Navigator. Wow, that's a hard one. Says, have you lost weight? You're looking good. At what point do I take my shirt off and do the gun show thing again? Urgh! Shirt stays on, sorry. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Tony Ringtail. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Also, I'm not going to say old friend. I'm going to say long-standing friend. How's that? I miss you too, Tony. I'd love to see you again sometime. I'd say come to Anthrocon next year. How's that? All right? Mr. Morningstar, ever think of getting a George Washington powdered wig? I don't have a George Washington powdered wig, but I happen to have a English judge's powdered wig. It might be in the back room. It might be in Anthrocon storage room. I don't know. Oh, Damien is chatting with some friends, writing a story, and other stuff. Not the best at multitasking. Okay, Damien, I know exactly how you feel. I do not multitask well. I don't know if it's just me or if it's a scientist thing. When I've got a bunch of tasks, I take care of this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. I can't. So, it makes it hellish when I'm trying to do tech support for my dear and sainted mother, whom I love beyond all else in the world except for sake. When I go to help her out, she says, oh, I'm having trouble with my Quicken. And I'm working on the Quicken, and she says, the microphone is not working on my speakerphone. I'm like, okay, one thing at a time, Mom. I'll take care of the microphone. Oh, I can't cast to the television. All right, one thing. I'm working on the Quicken now, Mom. It's like, the air conditioner is making a rattling noise. Can you fix that too? I'm working on one thing at a time, Mom. Thank you very much. Oh, Ro Wendigo. I had someone on Twitch call me out as Rowan Dingo. Okay, so Ro Wendigo was confused for Rowan Dingo. I can see the confusion. Apparently these people were listening to a text-to-speech application and not actually looking at the words. That's the only explanation I can make. Callan the Wolf, how much money would Anthrocon make off Pittsburgh each year as a guest? Not as a guest, I can tell you. Last year, $9.3 million. The city of Pittsburgh gives me a report every year telling me how much Anthrocon contributes to Pittsburgh's local economy. And in 2019, it was $9.3 million. The previous year, it was 9.1 or 8.9. You're asking me to remember back. I don't remember back. But yes, Anthrocon brings in on the order of about $9 million every year to the city of Pittsburgh. And I know that the city likes that money, and there are people who are very, very snide and cynical to say, they only like your money. That's not true. Yes, they like our money, but there is genuine affection in the city of Pittsburgh for the furries. And that is something that has not been seen anywhere else in the world. And I am very, very, very proud of that. Let's see. Oh, Onyx Flame has learning history through reenactment. Onyx Flame has joined a group that does 16th century and before. What are your thoughts on reenactment? Okay, Onyx Flame, I would love for you, as a Welsh person, to come to the United States and go to one of our Renaissance fairs. We had these Renaissance fairs where people, we're reenacting the Renaissance, where everybody is dressed as an Elizabethan noble. No, I want to go to a Renaissance fair dressed as a leper in like ratty burlap bags with a bell around my neck saying, unclean. I want to go to the Renaissance fair and say, excuse me, can you show me where the outdoor privies are? Yeah, you want to talk reenactment? It weren't so great in the good old days, were it? God damn, this is good. Oh, Rocket T. Cody made EDTA solution yesterday. Okay, you're talking my language, Rocket. Was it tetrasodium EDTA, disodium EDTA, or straight EDTA? Alcoholics want to know if you made it straight. Kronos says, Uncle Kage could go LARPing. I could. I've taken part in LARPs in the past. It doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't spark with me. I'm sure there are people who love LARPing, but I never could quite get into it. I've tried, and it's not my thing. Damien Boy says, yes, I have the same problems of multitasking. And Navigator True says, I hold the status of a Burgess. As in Meredith, Burgess Meredith. There's another great actor. He was the best penguin ever. Let's see. Epic Heidi, go to the Renaissance Fair dressed as a fox named Robin Hood. Okay. It's probably been done. As a matter of fact, I would be disappointed if it hasn't been done. Okay. Yes, I'm going to go to a Renaissance fair. I want to go to a Renaissance fair and get some pancake makeup and make some giant boobos under my arms and have like blood coming out of my eyes and blacken my fingertips and go as a plague victim. Isn't that fun? Ada X3C or Ada says, what are your thoughts on NH? If by that you mean New Hampshire, I went to school in New Hampshire. I'm a Dartmouth man. I like New Hampshire. Yay, New Hampshire. That's my thoughts on New Hampshire. It's very mountainous and it's got hills and there's white mountains there. Yay. Colin the Wolf, how did AC grow so fast? Was it just good placement? And if so, why was there not one before? Colin, that's an excellent question. I would actually have to sit and think about it. How did AC grow so fast? Probably good placement. We came along at a time when furry fandom was looking for something like that. I got to be careful here. Some of you know the story, but that's for another time. Remember, I did not start Anthrocon. I want to make sure everybody knows that I did not start Anthrocon. It started as Albany Anthrocon in 1997. I took it over in 1998, moved it from Albany to Pennsylvania. I didn't make the organization, I inherited the organization, and I was absolutely blessed to have inherited what I believe to be the most insanely talented and dedicated staff and directors that any convention chairman could ask for. I really wish I could take credit for that. I would love to, but I cannot. I fell into the role. I did not build it. Gigard says, I'm currently reading few books by Kyle Gold. What's your favorite? It'd be difficult for me to say what is my favorite. I can say that I knew Kyle Gold before he was Kyle Gold. Kyle Gold, in fact, copy edited my first professionally published story, and I am forever grateful to him for that. He sent it back to me and said, the ending sucks. I said, but I like the ending. He said, the story is great, but the ending ruins it. And he was right. I rewrote the ending, and it was 100 times better. Always have a good copy editor if you're going to be publishing a story. Damien Boy is going to bed. Good night, Damien Boy. Thank you for coming tonight. Yum, yum, yum. Wolfcat Wildcat, should we do that to fanboys? Bells around their necks. it's a giggle. It's funny to think about Wolfcat, but privately, I might joke about fanboys, but let's remember that every single fanboy, what we say is a fanboy, is an eager fan who only wants to admire someone. Yeah, we use the term fanboy, but it always bothers me a little bit because remember the story of me and Isaac Asimov. I was a fanboy, for God's sake. But he treated me like a regular person, and it kind of cured me. So much as we talk about fanboys in a generic sense, when it comes to individuals, I don't like to point to individuals and call them fanboys because whereas they might act like a fanboy, they are still a fan. And anyone who has fans owes it to those fans to treat them with the respect that they deserve. And that's coming from the mouth of a drunk. And everybody knows drunks cannot lie. Rove Indigo says, we have fake live surgeries as part of our 12th century reenactment. How utterly charming. I'm rendered speechless. Let's move on, shall we? Oh, Gummy Bjorn thank you, Gummy Bjorn. You are a darling person to me. You know that. Have a good sleep. Try not to wake up with a hangover. Oh, Mr. Morningstar is hopping off too. It was good to see you, Mr. Morningstar. Thank you for coming by. Draco says, out of the music videos you've made, which one is your personal favorite? Okay, first off, have I made music videos? Okay, remember, I come from the MTV generation when MTV used to make music videos. So when you say music videos, I'm thinking like music. What are you talking about? Somebody tell me what you're talking about because I'm confused. Oh, Keto Dragon Fox, what books by Dr. Asimov would you recommend? All of them. The man was a genius. He defined science fiction. Okay, read the Foundation series. That's a good start. I'm reminded of a quote. Somebody asked Dr. Asimov, when you write, do you compose at the typewriter? Typewriter, we used to have typewriters. Do you compose at the typewriter? And he said, oh, absolutely. If I sit across the room, I can't reach the keys. I love that man. Oh, Kaiwin, I made the Ghost of John video. I had gotten laid off from my job and found myself with a lot of free time. Yes, I see. I made the Ghost of John video. I made the Tuna Quintet video. I very much liked the Ghost of John video because I love close harmony, and that song sets itself up very well for that. Something I should tell you about the Ghost of John video. If you've not seen it, just doesn't matter. I shot it right here in my kitchen. My plan was to do some test footage of me. I had one of those baklavas that you put around your head, those black, baklavas. And I did some test footage because I was going to go out and get some makeup. And I was going to make up my face like a skull and be all skeletal and everything. So I went through the song as a test in the dark. But then when I looked at the video, I said, I look scary anyway. So the footage that you see was actually the test footage, and I thought that looked perfectly good and didn't need additional makeup. Oh, Valentine Pup is making dinner. Well, bon appetit, Valentine Pup, and thank you for stopping by. Nice to be able to bask in your charismatic ramblings. Well, thank you for calling them charismatic ramblings. I call it verbal diarrhea, but you can call it whatever you want. I'm going to refill my glass if you'll pardon me. Cooksum Mephitidia, my opinion of John D. Clarke's Ignition. I have not read John D. Clarke's Ignition, so I cannot offer an opinion. Cowlin the Wolf. Oh, the Latin one. Okay, let me tell you something about that Latin one, Cowlin. You're talking about Gaudiamus Igitur. I had fun making Gaudiamus Igitur. I was using OBS to record the various, the soundtrack before I did the video, and I accidentally hit stream. And a number of people started showing up to see me going, Gaudiamus Igitur. 3, 4, 5. Gaudiamus Igitur, juvenestum sumos. And it was after a while, somebody sent me a text saying, dude, you're streaming. I was like, what? Oh, shit. Hi. So yeah, the Gaudiamus Igitur, there's a making of out there that I totally did not mean. Yes, if you don't know that piece, Gaudiamus Igitur juvenestum sumnus. Let us drink and have fun while we are still young. It's an old students' drinking song. It was actually sung for many, many years in Europe at graduations. Gaudiamus Igitur juvenestum sumnus. So, yeah, let's drink, carry on, have a good time while we're still young and can enjoy it. And it goes on to say, because it's going to be soon enough, we're going to be old and in the ground, and we won't be able to enjoy it then. So drink up and have a blast while you can. Sort of a memento mori. Oh, Fabu40 is going to bed. Oh, it is 1:30 a.m. in Österreich. Thank you very much for coming, Fabu40. Please sleep well, and again, I didn't intend there to be an audience, but thank you very much for being part of my audience tonight. No. Let's see. Cowlin the Wolf says, you've been asked to sue us. Is what I heard. You've been asked to sue us. I need to write that for Boozy. Oh, God. Okay, I'm not going to remember this in the morning. Somebody send me an email. Somebody send me an email to remind me. You've been asked to sue us. I'm going to do this, but I need somebody to remember for me. Onyx Flame, I was homeschooled and didn't learn history. Is it too late to learn? Absolutely not. I'll tell you what, Onyx Flame. First place to go, YouTube. Look up The History Guy. I am a student of history myself. I adore history. I do not have a degree in history, but I love history because what is history but storytelling? What is a historian but a storyteller? And the History Guy is an exquisite storyteller. He will teach you things. Learn everything you can about history. Seek it out. Look for it. Watch documentaries. Dig it up. People say history is boring. History is not boring. History is where you came from. History is what your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents lived through. How will you understand the world today if you don't understand the world of yesterday? History is critical. I am not going to quote Santayana because it is hackneyed, it is trite, it's been quoted so goddamn many times. But we absolutely must look at where we have been in order to understand where we are and where we are going. So no, it is never too late to learn history. Even, the exact moment right now, you can't say, I never learned history. No, you just haven't learned history. Look it up now. Akira Hybrid, what's your email? UncleKage01@gmail.com. Why isn't UncleKage01@gmail.com? Ask goddamn Google. Because when I asked for Uncle Kage, they said, you can't have that. How about Uncle Kage01? There is no UncleKage@gmail.com, but Google told me I had to have Uncle Kage. Fuck you, Google. Okay, there, I said it. All right, I'm done. Oh, Rove Indigo has an exam on board on Monday. Break a leg, Ro. Go to your studies and do very, very well. Make me proud of you. Calvin the Wolf, who would ever say history is boring? History is awesome. And it is. If you look at the individual in history. Yeah, when I took history classes in high school, they were so eager for me to learn what the Hawley Smoot Act was about. I don't know what the Hawley Smoot Act was about. I just like saying it. Smoot, 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 smoot. I don't know what the Hawley Smoot Act was. But when I was a boy, I knew men who had fought in the trenches of World War I. I knew men who had fought in the Spanish-American War. Yes, I'm old. I heard their stories. Their stories are history. Just as much as the Hawley Smoot Act, whatever the hell that was. I don't give a rat's ass about the Teapot Dome scandal. But I care about the gentleman who told me who in 1929 he ran down to the bank to withdraw his money and he couldn't because the bank was boarded up. All his money was gone. Those were the days. Kaiwin says, I love learning about history, especially World War II. I have always sought out the older folk and heard their stories. Akira Hybrid says, Facebook won't let me use hybrid as a name because it's not an English word. I think it is. I use hybrid all the time. I'm sorry. Everybody knows about Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. When you hear about Abraham Lincoln, you think, 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty. Did you know that Abraham Lincoln did not have a booming, commanding voice? Abraham Lincoln actually had a very nasal, kind of squeaky voice that a lot of his contemporaries privately made fun of. If you had been there, you would have heard, 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty. I would have loved to have met Abraham Lincoln because all of our history, they try to depict Lincoln as this serious, scowling, Abraham Lincoln in his big chair. I am Abraham Lincoln. According to the private historical accounts, Abraham Lincoln was a jokester. He had a very, very keen wit and a very, very wild sense of humor. Lincoln preferred to laugh rather than to cry. This is a man who found himself in very unfortunate circumstances. But there are some stories about Lincoln that I treasure because they make it all the more sad for me that I never got to meet him. That Mr. Lincoln was at a very, very proper Washington garden party where all the rich socialites went back in those days. And a proper lady came up, this was late in the Civil War, came up to him and said, "Mr. Lincoln, I shall have you know that General Grant drinks." And Mr. Lincoln was reported to have said, "Well, madam, kindly find out what it was that Mr. Grant drank so that I may feed it to the rest of my generals." Because Grant was doing a good job. One of my favorite stories of Lincoln is from his early career as a senator, when he was on the floor giving a speech and one of his colleagues pointed out, "The senator from Illinois is two-faced." And without missing a beat, Lincoln said, "My good man, if I were two-faced, would I be wearing this one?" That's my kind of politician. Overlone Wolf mentions Teddy Roosevelt as an actual interesting voice. There are recordings of Teddy Roosevelt's voice. I would have liked to have met Teddy Roosevelt. First off, Teddy Roosevelt, he was a bruiser. He was a brawler. He preferred to get into a knockdown, drag him out fist fight. But he came along at just about the right time. There's a beautiful story. Teddy Roosevelt, the bull moose, he was giving a speech, and an assassin came up at close range, fired a bullet right into his chest. It knocked him back, and people grabbed the would-be assassin. Now, Roosevelt, he was an avid hunter. He knew something about anatomy, and he realized that this bullet had missed his lung. It had gone through the top of his chest and out his shoulder, had not done him a grievous injury. So Roosevelt continued his speech with a bullet hole in him for, I believe I recall, it was more than 18 minutes. And during that speech, he always referred to himself and his party as the Bull Moose Party. It takes more than that to kill a bull moose. We don't have politicians like that today. Kiowan says, "Did you hear Churchill's statue got defaced the other day? I have mixed feelings about that." Many people know that I do admire Winston Churchill for his accomplishments and for his leadership in World War II. The fact that Mr. Churchill was, by today's standards, a heinous racist and an absolutely loathsome human being, that's where the mixed feelings come from. Here's the difficulty for me. It is very easy from the 21st century to take our current values and apply them back to his day. Were those values right in his day? By our thinking today, no, they were not. But at that time, they didn't know. They hadn't learned. They didn't realize that it was bad. Humanity had not matured to the point that it has matured today. So, whereas if Mr. Churchill were to walk in my house right now and start spouting some of the racist rhetoric that he did then, I would punch him in the face and throw him off the balcony. But if I were to go back to his day and listen to him spout that racist rhetoric, I would hold my peace, simply because I am coming from a different time.
And I would say to myself, what he's saying is disgusting. But he does not realize it is disgusting. He cannot know it is disgusting until he has experienced the times to come. So, yes, it is with mixed feelings I talk about Winston Churchill. I vehemently disagree with his views on race, but I don't want to condemn him for those views because he and the rest of the world didn't know better at the time. Does not excuse it, but it's a reason why. I do like to believe that if Churchill were alive today, he was an educated man, I think that he would have come to understand. But he was a product of his time. It is a complicated issue. Okay, either the chat froze or nobody's saying anything. I'm going to have another sip. Yes, I just want some sake, damn it. That's why we're here. Okay, Diana points out that Churchill knew what he said and did. That is a possibility, Diana, and I'm not going to discount that possibility. Back then, cruelty is the point. Here's the problem. I didn't know Mr. Churchill. I didn't live in that day. And I find it a little bit difficult to judge that day by today's standard. Maybe I am wrong, and I am the first to admit that maybe I am wrong. And again, I absolutely do not want to downplay the fact that some of his views on race were abominable. But do we judge him by today's standard? And why do I think that? I'm going to extrapolate to the future. This is an imagined future. Picture, if you will. Thank you, Mr. Serling. Picture, if you will, a future 200 years from now where it is judged that the ownership of a dog is an absolute crime against nature. Perhaps in 200 years, the dog will have been elevated to the level of a human being. Full citizenship, respect for a culture. This is an exercise of the mind. I want you to work with me here. Imagine if in 200 years, humanity considers dogs to be perfectly at a level with the rest of us. And now imagine if they look back from 200 years and call me an evil monster because I used to own a dog. I had a dog as a pet. They're tearing down my tombstone. They're pissing on my grave because he was a horrible human being. He owned a dog. As I said, this is an exercise of the mind. In the 1940s, did they really understand fully just how bad they were? Would I want to be judged by 23rd century feelings for what I said and what I did? I try very hard to be a good person. I try my damnedest to be understanding. I try to look out for the underdog when I can. I don't want to be evil. I don't want to hurt people. And I try to live my life that way. But 200 years from now, will I be vilified because in my attempts there was something I did not realize, something I overlooked, something I was not educated about? But now they are going to damn me because I did not know? I don't know. Maybe I'm blithering. Maybe I'm spouting off. Maybe I'm full of shit. I guess it's going to take 200 years to find out. But what I do know is that when I'm gone, and let's face it, I'm a 1980s era organic chemist. Probably I've got 10 more years, maybe 15, and then I will be gone. I really hope that I will be judged by the values of my day. And if the values change, I hope that I will not be considered evil because of values that I didn't understand. Let's change the subject. That's getting pretty heavy. Dareka, what are you doing for exercise these days? Here it is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no. I run in the morning. I used to do 3 miles. I do 2 miles now, just to give me more time. I run 2 miles, and then I have a body weight exercise regimen that I do. There is a pull-up bar in there. Those of you who were here earlier know that I bought a pull-up bar that fits over the door, but I'm scared of it because of all the videos of people using them and falling. So every pillow I have in the house gets stacked up under the pull-up bar when I do my pull-ups. Even Cerberus here gets stacked up under the pull-up bar. River Surakat would like to know what sake I'm drinking. Right now, I am drinking Hakutsudu. If you can see that. Those lights are very bright. I'm sorry. This is... Where the hell does it say Hakutsudu? Oh, there it is at the bottom. Yes. This is Hakutsudu Junmai Ginjo Sake. That is sake where the rice has been polished down to about 60% of its original size before the sake was made. Jacob King, they destroyed a statue of George Washington this week. Okay, maybe the time has come, but we're judging George Washington by 21st century values, and by 21st century values, he was a monster. No two ways about it. But if we were to go back in time and I were to say, hey, George, can I call you George? Can I call you George? Okay. In 200 years, this is what people are going to think. You probably don't realize it, but we are going to learn these things in 200 years. Is this how you want to be remembered? I suspect Mr. Washington, having been given the benefit of that education, would have changed his ways. But he was not given the benefit of that education. He was a product of his time. Unexplained, local historic sites you can visit. There is one that is right here in Raleigh. I'm having a senior moment. Oh, God. Cameron Village. I'm sorry, Cameron Village. There is a site here in Raleigh that was a town that was set up by freed slaves in the middle of North Carolina, for goodness sake. And it's called Cameron Village. I've not actually been out to visit it, but I very much would like to. Because it's an interesting little piece of history. What did an African American person do in those bygone days when they were handed their freedom? This is an untold story that needs to be explored. Here I am, an enslaved person. Here, you're free. Go. Now what? What do? You have to get an education for yourself. You have to establish yourself as a business person. You have to settle. You have to build a town. You have to create your own world, having been, if you will, cast out of the oppressive world of the white person. The former slaves did that, and Cameron Village was actually a rather prosperous little town, as I understand. More so was Tulsa, Oklahoma. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing a stream tonight, because I do not want to watch the news. If you are an American and you do not know what happened in Tulsa, you really should look it up. I'm not going to look back in history and say, oh, they were a product of their time. What was done in Tulsa by any measure of any civilized time was a crime against humanity. Go ahead and look it up if you don't know it. And if you're an American and you don't know it now, shame on you. Because I seriously question your education. Onyx Flame says, Cerberus is a good doggo, protecting falling heads. Sure, we'll go with that. Whatever. Dem Shadow Wolf, is he hammered yet? No, he is only 1/3 hammered. This is the hammered one right here. Fabio40 says, can't you get sake in Canada? Tianlong, please answer that question for Fabio40. There's more to the question, but I'm not going to read it because I'm having trouble seeing. I don't know why. Okay, Voltage the Wolf says, what happened? Oh, dear. They call it the Tulsa riots. Of course, it's white people call it the Tulsa riots. There was a thriving African-American community in Tulsa, Oklahoma back, I believe it was the 1910s. Somebody please correct me on the date. The exact date I do not recall. They were actually doing very well. They were prosperous. They were bankers, lawyers, landowners. They were doing really well for themselves. And some tiny little thing happened. You can look up exactly what it was. My mind is okay, remember, I'm a child of the 60s. There were so many of these stories. A black person looked the wrong way at a white person. A black person forgot to tip his hat to a white woman. And I believe in Tulsa, it was a case of a black man accidentally stepped on a white woman's foot and did not immediately apologize. What resulted was mobs of hundreds of furious white people with torches, murdering, burning, setting fires, driving these black people out of town. For what reason? Hate. Blind hate. Blind, unthinking, absolutely animalistic, loathsome, reptilian-brained hate that had no basis in reality, no basis in any sort of conscious discord. Just, this person is different from me and therefore I want to kill him. One of the darkest periods in the history of white America, if you'll pardon me. Wikipedia is your friend. Go ahead and look up the entire story. Yes, Derek is English. What's he on about? I'll tell you what. Go to Wikipedia. Tell you what, go right now. I'm going to refill my glass and have a sip. Take your time. Go to Wikipedia. Look up Tulsa riots. It was the white people called it riots. It's more appropriately called the Tulsa Massacre. Look up the Tulsa Massacre. Oh, by the way, our president is holding a rally in Tulsa right now. That's as far as I'm going to go on that. Let's move on, shall we? History is history. Educate yourselves. I'm going to continue drinking. Kiowan says, like Cubane. Kiowan, you've done your homework into my personal history. That's a hot topic for me. Onyx Flame says, to get the subject off hate, what's something historic you knew that stuck Wales on the map? Before I answer that question, let me grab my keyboard here. Let's see. I can tell you, but I want to make sure I get the names right. That's it. Okay. Oh, hang on. I lost. Give me a second. I have a lot of windows open. I got to get everything back now. I went to the wrong spot. Okay, close enough. Okay. Onyx Flame. Something historic that stuck Wales on the map. Onyx Flame, do you know the story of the Cardiff Giant? The Cardiff Giant, a farmer in Wales, just outside of Cardiff. I think you're familiar with Cardiff. Digging in his field, announced that he had dug up the petrified remains of a giant, a humanoid figure some 13 feet tall. And he put it on display and charged people 5 pence to come in and see the Cardiff Giant. And it was a sensation. It put Cardiff on the map. Until some of his neighbors started to think back and they say, you know, we seem to remember that farmer digging a giant pit about 10 years ago and burying something. He wouldn't tell us what it was. Yes, the Cardiff Giant is one of the greatest hoaxes of history. This farmer in Wales basically either made or bought this giant 13-foot tall statue of a man, poured acid on it to kind of put some pits in it, buried it in his field for a couple of years, then dug it up and said, I found a petrified giant. Come see it for 5 pence. That's called capitalism, folks. And Kronos says, God, not the Cardiff Giant. Coming from a person named Kronos. Yes, we're talking about giants here. And then, okay, oh yes, Onyx Flame knows about Cardiff. And then there's Harlech Castle. Because they made this song called Men of Harlech. But nobody knows what the actual words are because everybody who sings Men of Harlech make up their own lyrics. Have you noticed that? There's no actual lyrics to Men of Harlech. It's whatever you happen to sing at the time. Samson the Cat Fox, a quote from Ricky Gervais, if you can laugh in the face of adversity, then you're bulletproof. I suspect I'd agree with that. The military nut wants to know about the flood. If you're talking about the Bearsden flood. Oh, God. All right. I shall tell that story. Do us a favor, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the chat asking questions, hold on to it for right now, because when I get into storytelling mode, I'm staring at the camera and putting this shit in my face and going blah, 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 and I'm not looking at the chat. So for the next 5 minutes, I'm not going to see what you say. So hold off. Let me finish my blah, 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 blah. I'm going to take you back to the ancient days of the 90s. The 1990s, that is, by the way. I got a job at a little company called Bears Den Bio. I thought it was a sign. Bears Den. Bear's Den. I'm a furry. This place is called Bear's Den Bio. I went for my first day there, and I looked at their logo. It was a slope with a bear kind of standing at the edge of it, looking over the abyss, looking down like this. And when I first started, I asked somebody about this bizarre logo. What is it with the bear? And they said, oh, that's a bear going downhill. Okay, this is going to be a great place to work. Well, the chief executive at the time was a lady, I'm just going to say Mary. That is not her name, because I don't want anybody doing any research and looking up who I'm talking about. I'm just going to call her Mary, which is not her name. Lovely lady. She had gotten this laboratory space very, very cheap. And I found out why it was cheap, because it was located kind of at the lowest point in this industrial park, the lowest point in the entire county. By lowest point, I mean geologically, the geologically lowest point in the valley. And that's where Bear's Den Bio was. And I found out an interesting little bit of science. See, I'm a chemist. I deal with chemistry. I deal with the transformation of matter. I don't deal with the behavior of matter. Behavior of matter is the physicist. That's that guy. That's not my field. But I learned a little bit about hydrology one day. Because when your facility is the lowest point in the entire county, all of the water is going to find its way down there. And there was a sign on the bathroom that said, do not let the toilet run. Well, that seems to go without saying. You should not let the toilet run because that wastes water. Any civilized person, whether it's looking from 21st century or 19th century technology, knows you don't let the toilet run. But I discovered that if you're the lowest point in the county and you let the toilet run, you set up something of a siphon effect with the sewage from the entire county. Mary had apparently visited the Little Room. If you've read The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Gigard, are you still with us? Le Petit Prince. Le Petit Place où on peut être seul. The Little Room. If you let the toilet run, it sets up a siphon. I was in my office, which was at the end of a hallway, and I happened to turn and look up the hallway. Did you ever see the movie Titanic? You ever see Titanic? Remember the scene where they're showing the hallway of the ship and the water is creeping up the hallway? That's what I saw when I looked over my shoulder. And I got up and I said, oh my God, what's going on? And they said, Mary, let the toilet run. Okay, I'm Mr. Emergency Man. So I said, let's fix this. And they said, you can't go in there. I said, someone has to. So I went in. Oh, went into the room. It's about 6 inches deep. Anybody want to know what Mary had for lunch today? You know, to this day, I can't eat hot and sour soup. I went and turned the crank off. Oh, God, it was up to my ankles. And I came out and I'm standing there and somebody said, "You'll have to take off those shoes." And I said, "Yeah, but I don't have any." Oh, wait a minute, wait. I do have something to put on. In the trunk of my car, I have my hazmat kit. I've got a pair of boots that I could have put on to walk through this now that I think about it. Excuse me, this is a memory that's being brought back. I'm going to need to... Je garde, of course, you know Le Petit Prince. Yeah. Le Petit Place où on peut être seul. That's why I call it the little room. You know, when I mentioned before that when I think about these stories and I have to think back and suddenly I'm reliving them, this is one of the ones I'd rather not relive, because when I retell this story, I have what we call an olfactory memory. An olfactory memory, and I don't care to have that memory right now. Okay, Callan, yes. I have been in emergency services since I've been in emergency services a long time. In the trunk of my car, I have everything I need to handle an acute emergency. I've got a hazmat kit. I've got, just coveralls. I've got boots. I've got a first aid kit. I got flares. I got gloves. Always wear gloves. In the trunk of my car is everything needed to handle and control and contain an emergency scene for enough time it will take for the actual professionals to get there. So yes, I've had that for years. There's plenty of stories I had when that stuff has actually come in handy. But I'll have to finish this before I get into those. And Tian says, worse than leaving your keys in the car. Thank you for reminding me of that, Tian. Yes, we've known each other a long time, haven't we? Yes. If you keep emergency gear, if an emergency shows up, the first thing to remember is that you have your emergency gear. That's always, and gloves. Gloves are important. Always have your gloves. Onyx Flame, how does one leave the toilet to run? It's an American thing. I can't explain it. Why do Americans have so high in the bowl? Onyx Flame, it's an American thing. I really can't explain it. It just happens. Wolfcat Wildcat, Dasai 50, Junmai Daiginjo Nigori Sake, $27. I'll tell you what, Wolfcat, on the Dasai in the upper left-hand corner, upper left-hand corner, is the bottling date. The date it was put in the bottle. For a Nigori Sake, that date must not be any longer than 1 year ago. Nigoris go bad faster than regular sake does. So it'll say DOB, date of bottling. If it says October 19, that's October 2019. That's okay. But if it's more than a year ago, do not buy it. I do not recommend it. Maurice MRD says, I'm from the Netherlands. Do you have a story about us? Well, Maurice, shall I tell the story about my first visit to Amsterdam and the red light district? Did I tell that on the last stream? I thought I told that on the last stream. I did half a story hour on my trip to Amsterdam once. Oh, Kronos, any pointers for volunteers? Kronos, find the oldest person there, the longest serving person. Let that be your mentor, because that person's seen everything. That's about the best advice I can give you. I'm saying yes, oh gee, yes, woo, woo, woo. Quack, quack, honk, did Mary ever buy you new shoes and pants? No, she did not. I never got reimbursed for that. All right, I'll tell you about my trip to Amsterdam. Once again, please don't flood me with questions. For the next 5 minutes, I'm not going to be looking at the channel. Save it until I stop and look kind of sad and pain and start guzzling this. That's when you know the story's over. I visited Europe for the very, very first time in, actually it was 2001. December of 2001, and I was eager to go because I wanted, think about it, December of 2001, I wanted to get on an airliner at that time. I was jonesing to. And my little old mother was very upset. She's saying, oh, with everything that's happening, I don't want you flying. I said, Mom, I'm going. And she said, what if something happens? And I said, okay, Ma, listen. We all know what happened a couple months ago. If I'm on a flight and something happens and somebody tries to take it over and that flight crashes, I want you to be comforted knowing that when they comb through the wreckage, they will find the body of the terrorist with my teeth in his throat. That's why I wanted to fly then. We were going to Europe. I was working for a company that had offices outside of Paris in the city of Plaisir and in Rotterdam. I especially wanted to see Rotterdam because my counterpart in the Netherlands had the greatest name ever. His name was Dr. Peter Kool. Peter Kool. What better name for a scientist than Peter Kool? Yes, I'm Dr. Kool. I want to be Dr. Kool. I wanted to meet Peter. So we'd been corresponding. We'd been sending emails. I'm going to meet Peter Kool. This is going to be great. So a bunch of us, senior scientists, we're going to fly over. First, we're going to go to Paris. Then we're going to go to the Netherlands. That's the Paris, Rotterdam. That's what we're going to do. Now, I was a furry. So I started looking around. Do I know any furries in Paris? Well, there was one furry that I knew from the Furry Muck days that I said, hey, dude, I'm coming to Paris. And he's like, oh boy, that's great. We should get together. I said, that's the point. How shall I find you? He said, okay, you're coming on this day. Meet me at Gare Montparnasse. Now, right now, Gigard is giggling, and you'll find out why. He said, meet me at Gare Montparnasse. So we flew over. Myself and I think it was 7 or 8 other colleagues. I had my hand on Subarus's head, I'm sorry. We landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. The big boss at the time was a man named Dick. Very few men can live up to their name. My boss did. He was the big boss. I worked for Jeff. Jeff was the cool boss. Dick was the big boss. He was Dick. We landed at Charles de Gaulle. And all of us made our way out through customs. This is my first time out of the United States, other than Canada, which is like America's hat. That doesn't count. My first time overseas. I was very excited. Now, I had studied French in high school and in college, but it had been years since I had used it. And we were waiting for a taxi. We were going to get a big taxi van. And Dick said, now, I speak French, so all of you should let me do the talking. he was from Boston, by the way. He had this very thick Boston accent. So we waited, and this big van showed up, and we all piled in. Everybody sat in the back seats. The only seat left for me was the front seat next to the driver. So I got next to the driver, and I smiled, waved. And Dick leaned to the driver and he said, nous voudrons aller à la Hotel Mercure. And I saw the driver looking uncomfortable, and I said, oh God. I said, pardonnez-moi. Mon patron, il est ivrogne. Nous voudrons aller à l'Hôtel Mercure chez Paladou, s'il vous plaît. What I told him was, you'll excuse my boss, he's a little drunk. We want to go to the Hotel Mercure. So he said, oui, merci. So we drove along, and Dick said to me, I didn't know you spoke French. And I said, I didn't know either. So we got there. Now, my colleagues, they wanted to go and do things together, but I had a furry to meet. So I went to Paris. I got on a train and went to Paris. Okay, remember, we're talking 2001. No cell phones with texts, no instant communication. He said, meet me at Gare Montparnasse. The Montparnasse train station is a city in and of itself. He might as well have said, meet me in Europe. So I got there and I'm looking all around. I'm like, where the hell? So I managed to find a payphone, and I called the only phone number for him, and I got a voicemail. And I said to the voicemail, hi, I'm here. I don't know where the hell you are, but there's a bar across the street, across La Place Bienvenue. I will be at that bar. Come find me. So I went to that bar. Interesting story. The barman came to me and he was talking to me. He right away recognized my terribly thick accent and said, are you American? I said, yes, I am. He said, what about? I said, well, I come from Pennsylvania. He said, oh, where in Pennsylvania? I said, Philadelphia. This man had at one time owned a bar in Philadelphia. So right away, it's like, dude, he knew South Street, he knew cheesesteaks, he knew everything. It's like, dude, this is amazing. What a small world. And he said, what are you doing in Paris? I stretched the truth just a little bit. See, I'm a chemist. I know exactly the strength of the truth. I know how far it can be stretched. He said, what are you doing in Paris? I said, well, I like wine. But I've never had good wine in the United States. I don't know what good wine tastes like. So I came to Paris hoping that I could find out. And he said, I will go to the basement. I will bring you the best wine. And he did. Excuse me, I'm having a moment right now. Oh, oof. It was exquisite. But I kept watching the door because, okay, when you're waiting for somebody, you're waiting for somebody to come in who obviously is looking for someone. And these people came in, and I was watching, and a man came in, and he's looking around like this. He looked at me, and I did that. And he came over looking very uncertain. And he said, American? I said, oui. He said, Conway? I said, oui, je suis le petit cafard. Which is, yes, I'm the little cockroach you're looking for. And he said, oh, yes, I'm Peter Cole from Rotterdam. I said, oh, hi, Peter, what are you doing in Montparnasse, I didn't know you were... Oh, do you speak French? He said, no. I said, good. Well, the gentleman I was waiting for eventually showed up. Peter turned out to be not just named cool, but incredibly cool. He's retired now. Hey, Peter, I hope you're watching this. Dude, we have got together. I still have fond memories. We have got to get together at some time. Peter, cool. Anyway, my furry friend showed up. Him, Peter, and me, we had a little party there in Paris. Well, the entire story hour is based on Paris. After Paris, we got on the TGV, the high-speed train, and we went to Holland. Now, Peter was with me, Peter Cool. I'd been shown around Paris, and I'd seen all the beautiful Paris sights. So Peter wanted to show me the beautiful sights of Rotterdam. And he said, oh, there used to be a wonderful cathedral here, but it got bombed in the war. And there was a beautiful building here, but it was bombed too. And there was a wonderful, absolutely beautiful park here, but that was bombed as well. So we did our visit in Rotterdam, and then we traveled to Amsterdam. We had one night in Amsterdam before our return back to the United States. Well, Dick wanted to go out for a night on the town. So he took me and Jeff the cool boss, myself, and Dick went out into Amsterdam. He wanted to see the red light district. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Amsterdam red light district is an experience. Institutionalized sleaze. Marijuana and prostitution perfectly legal and encouraged. These ancient medieval streets lined with buildings with these big picture windows with red neon lights surrounding them, very non-medieval. Behind each window with the red neon lights was a lady. Most of them were ladies. Some were not, and some probably were not. But each one had her own shtick, her own thing. One lady was dressed as a bride. Another was dressed as a schoolgirl, Japanese schoolgirl. One lady was dressed as a cave woman, very Wilma Flintstone. I was wearing my best fedora. And she ran, there's a door next to the light. She ran out, and she ran out to me, and she grabbed my hat and said, oh, what a lovely hat. Let's come in and talk about your hat. Just 40 guilders. We'll talk about your hat for 40 guilders. And I said, hey. And I looked to Dick and Jeff for help, and they said, I was like, and I reached, I took my hat back, and I tried to cover. I said, I'd love to. I would really, really love to, but before I left the United States, I made a very, very serious promise that I would only have sex 20 times in any given night, and I've already had my 20 tonight, so I can't. Well, she accepted that. So she went back inside, and I looked at Dick. He's like, we went walking along, and at some point, Jeff excused himself from our party. I don't know where he went. He said he was going back to the hotel, and I took him at his word. All I know, it was just me and the big boss, and Jeff went off somewhere, ostensibly back to the hotel. I'm just going to leave it at that, okay? Dick and I went into a store, a toy store. Some of you have heard me make this analogy before, and I saw it here. They had a display where they were all lined up by size. going from, modest to, song by Pepper Coyote. And we looked at this display, and Dick said to me, kind of makes you feel inadequate, doesn't it? And I said, what for? Dick went to the back, and I said, Dick, what are we doing here? He said, I have a movie night with my poker group. I want to find the most raunchy, disgusting video I can find and show it to him. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I'll help out. This is the days of videos, VHS videos, huge walls of videotapes. You young people don't know what it's like going into a Blockbuster video and just a giant wall with 9, 10 layers stretching into infinity of boxed videotapes, VHS videotapes. And I said, Dick, what are you looking for? He said, just the raunchiest thing you can find. I'm like, all right, okay. Okay, how about this? Barnyard Buddies, Volume 6. He said, no, we already got that one. Oh, okay, all right. And I turned this way and I went, Dick, Jesus, Dick, look! And he went, Joe, Jesus Christ! And we got out of that store post-haste. It's been 19 years. And I still cannot bring myself to tell you what it was we saw. You're going to have to use your imagination because I got to pee. Talk among yourselves. I'll be back. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm back. Don't worry, everything came out all right. Okay, now let's look back at the next subject in line. Okay, that story is finished, so we're finished with that story, so we're going to have to go on to a different story now while I hug Cerberus and try to cleanse my mind from what it was that I saw. Boy. Hang on, I got an idea. Maybe I shouldn't do this. No, I shouldn't, no. I was going to call Jeff, but... Whoa! I think I hit the wrong button. Boy, I hope we're still here. Yeah, I think we still are. Okay, good. When I put the phone down, it kind of hit the keyboard, and I thought I might have accidentally escaped. I'm going to put this over here where it's safe. You have to be careful with these things, these cell phones that you guys call them. I got chin long on it here. Anyway, I was doing a story hour once, and it's like, ooh, Uncle Kage story hour, blah, 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 blah. and I heard a voice. I'm like, where's that coming from? And it's coming from my pocket. Somehow, while I was doing my story hour, my phone had butt dialed somebody. Did it butt dial my mom? Did it butt dial Tianlong? Did it butt dial, old friends? No, it had to butt dial the most prominent scientist in my field of study. I picked it up. I was like, oh, hello? And I heard, Sam, did you call me? And I said, yeah, it's a kind of funny story. He said, are you on stage right now? I said, now that you mention it, yes, I am. And he said something to the effect of, is the audience enjoying it? I said, I hope so. He said, well, carry on. So I hung up. So I'm very, very careful with this now. I'm going to put that over there. Okay, let's get the chat back. I made the chat go places. There it is. Okay. Qianlong says, take that back this instant. Okay, so apparently that is not Tianlong. So this is not Tianlong. Okay, we're going to leave it at that. All right. So, yes, I'm okay. I managed to butt dial the top most prominent god of science of my particular chosen field. Now, fortunately, he's a cool dude, and he knows about furry, and he knows about this bullshit that I do. But I don't think he ever expected me to call him in the middle of a performance like that. Samson the Cat Fox says, was Dick's last name Head? It was not. That would be silly. His last name was Cranium. This is good shit. By the way, Qinlong, both of the Longs are here. I have both Tianlong and Qinlong. These are amazing dragons. They go back much longer than I do. But I have learned so much from these dragons. For example, I've learned how to say, you don't chi bai la. I've learned how to say, yao hai le, and things like that. Callan was dealing with a spider. What story did I miss? Nothing. I was just blithering on there, Callan. By the way, spiders are friends, not fiends. So I hope that you treated it very, very well. People are catching up. Onyx Flame says, in the last 4 years, my brother joined and trained with the Civil Aid Volunteer Rescue Association. Good on him. Good on him. It's very, very wonderful. Silence says, what is your most pleasant olfactory memory? Most pleasant olfactory memory. I have lots of pleasant olfactory memories. Visiting the Lindt chocolate factory in Germany. The entire day just smelling chocolate. It was like smelling life. Gloom and Doom 666 would love to know more about the German elevator party. There's not much to tell other than that line, really. Check out Silver Paul says, the Longs are here. Can one of you move some cold weather near my place? It's too hot. Well, get to it, fellas. That's your job. Diana says, you never know when you might come across a spider named Pete, but I will be impressed when you come across a spider named Boris. Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. Let's see the old folks out there. Carolyn says, this spider was the size of a small aircraft and I'm in bloody Ireland. Well, yay to you. Erin Go Broke. Kronos says, if you could fly in a fighter jet, would you, Kage? Kronos, the answer to your question is yes, but only a World War I Sopwith Camel. That's the one I would want to fly. Sanson the Cat Fox says, this past week I let it slip to my co-workers I have experienced mascot. Okay, folks, you're furries. God bless you, you're furries. That's not something to be ashamed of, for God's sake. It's something to be proud of. Look at this community. Look at what we have built. Look at what we are. Look at what we have created. This is the most magnificent group of people I have been pleasured to know throughout my entire 55 years of existence. Don't be shy. Don't be ashamed. Don't be nervous to tell people you're a furry. Let them know. When I left my last job, and it was a sucky job, one of the quality assurance auditors became a good friend of mine. And I showed her a URL to a particular YouTube channel, which you may or may not be looking at right now. I showed it to her privately in a corner where nobody could see. And I said, when you get home, not from work, but when you get home, and don't tell anybody, check out this YouTube channel. And she looked and she said, oh, honey, we'd known about Uncle Kage since you joined the company. There's no hiding it. You might as well embrace it. Ange Flame wants to know what the weather's like here. It's North Carolina. It's 30 degrees Celsius with a 30% chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon every single day until October. Kronos says, we got one of these near here. I think, okay, I'm going to tell you a story. Surprise, surprise. This story is not my story. This story comes from Wolf Kid. He was the original wolf in furry fandom. Back in the Furry Muck days, he had the name Wolf because he's the original wolf. Jeremy Kidd with 2 Ds. He's a Canuckastani. But Wolf told a story that he took his grandfather to one of the museums in Canada. They had a display of World War I aircraft, and this is many, many years ago, of course. Wolf took his aged grandfather to see the museum because let's take Grandpa out and do something maybe he'll enjoy. It's so patrician, it's so condescending. I have this old person. Let's find something fun for them to do. I tell you what, why don't you ask them what they want to do? Wolf took his grandpa to the museum. Maybe Grandpa would like to see the museum. And Grandpa was shuffling around the museum, looking at the displays. And at one point, Grandpa saw an old Sopwith camel. And Wolf's grandpa shuffled up and very painfully lifted his leg up and stepped over the ropes and walked up and put his hands on the plane. And of course, the museum docent ran over and said, Sir, you have to stay behind the rope. And Wolf's grandfather said, but this is my plane. And the docent said, you mean you flew one of these in World War I? And Wolf's grandfather said, no, I flew this plane in World War I. And the docent said, sir, don't move. I'll be right back. And ran away and came back with the museum curator and a video camera, and they interviewed him right there. And to this day, Wolf Kid's grandfather is one of the videos they have. This old man who went to visit the museum because his grandson thought it would be fun, and happened to see the aircraft that he flew in 1916 and 1917 sitting there just like he had left it. Halendrick says, I've single-handedly improved my entire friend group's opinions of furries. Well, good on you. It wasn't an easy road, it never is, but it was well worth it. Yes, it is. Now they help me with world building. Here's the thing. There's so many people out there don't realize it, but they're furries deep down. You approach them the right way, and you'll wake it up in them. Keto Dragon Fox said, we had some nice thunderstorms in North Carolina. He said, we did, Keto. I saw them. By the way, Keto, you do know that I live in Cary. I'm just outside Raleigh. I was talking with Tian Long and doing a kind of play-by-play when those thunderstorms came through. The problem, says Uncle Kage, do I need to get new friends if they don't like me being a furry? Okay, the problems. Can I call you the? That's an interesting question. You have friends who don't like you being furry. You have friends who don't like you for being what you are. Do I need new friends? I don't know. That all depends on how amenable your friends are. It depends on, are they really your friends who are willing to think about, to discuss, to explore this odd fandom you're a part of? Or do they just immediately dismiss it? Do they right away write it off? Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm hanging out with people who are not willing to think, who are not willing to explore, who are not willing to imagine, I don't hang out with those people. Those people are not my friends. The people I hang out with are dreamers. The people I hang out with are people of imagination. The people I hang out with are people who can see further than most human beings can. If you're hanging out with people who can't see that far, then I dare say you're hanging out with the wrong people. Kaiwan wants to know, what's my favorite reptile? I would like to say dragons, but it's a matter of debate as to whether dragons are reptiles or not. I would say dinosaurs, but there's a matter of debate as to whether dinosaurs are actually reptiles. So I guess I'm kind of left with sneks, S-N-E-K. We have sneks around here. Some of them are very, very personality intensive. Some of them are nope ropes. I hang out with the personality intensive ones, not the nope ropes. Keto says, we're in the same county. Keto, if you are in this county, Keto, drop me an email, unclekage01@gmail.com. There is a Duck Donuts just up the road here in Cary. Drop me an email. Maybe tomorrow I shall be in a mood to get some donuts. Maybe we can do it together. UncleKage01@gmail.com. Let's talk about tomorrow. Katrina Lee says, thunderstorms scare me. They didn't used to, but after being caught out and when lightning struck very close to where I was, it has given me a bit of a phobia. Well, Katrina, I can understand that. Let's face it, the forces of nature are formidable. And having experienced them up close, I can certainly understand why, having seen it once, you don't want to see it again. So don't be ashamed of that. Okay, you've seen it up close. You've seen enough, and that's perfectly fine. Gloom and Doom says, my younger sister despises furries. I'm sorry. Quoted all the misconceptions. I said to her, I'm one, don't you? And the look of disgust on her face after that. I can't help you there, Gloom and Doom. Let's just say in my family, I have somebody who is very, very staunchly Republican. Let's move on, shall we? Cowlin says, only two of my friends know about. One of them is really cool, and the other went around my school telling everyone. Went around the school telling everyone, well, sucks to be him. Hopefully the ones he told were willing to come up to you and say, dude, you too? It's not a problem if somebody says, that guy is a furry. That's sort of like saying, oh my God, that guy knows how to dream. That guy has an imagination. That guy there can see farther than the rest of us. That guy there is willing to live his dream. And the rest of us are just jealous. And Wolfcat Wildcat belatedly says, Boris the Spider, yes. Boris the Spider. You have to be old to understand that. The Military Nut says, what was the name of that museum? Military Nut, can I call you Military or is it Mr. Nut? I'm sorry, I do not know. I got the story from Wolf, but you can find Wolf Kid with 2 Ds. Do a Google search for Wolf Kid. You can send him an email and he will tell you. I do not have that information, but he will certainly tell you the story. Mega Wet Willie says, Team Gamera here. Okay, Mega Wet Willie, I saw a t-shirt and it's amazing. It's incredible. It's got Gamera sitting on a sofa with a controller in his hands doing this, and it says above him, Gamer. It's Gamera without the A. It's gorgeous. You have got to see that. Just look for it. You'll find it. Diana says, my 5-year-old nephew loves furries because he saw the Anthracon fursuit parade on TV. Then my work here is done. Hey, Benny! Oh, Benny! Oh my God, Benny! Hey, guys, Big Benny's here. Benny is one of my oldest and bestest friends in the world. He's like the stripiest friend I've ever had. Dude, very good. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I am honored you came here, my dear boy. I don't know why, but I do. I just know I do. And WY33T Protogen, which I think is Y33 Protogen, my brother hates furries and is honestly the worst person I know, and he keeps being up furries and judging me. I'm sorry, Mr. Protogen, or Miss Protogen, I apologize. It's an accident of birth. That's an opinion you can't change. You're just going to have to live with it. I'm sorry. And Sue is here. Oh my God. I got some of the biggest names of furry fandom. I got Sue here. By the way, guys, if you have not seen a domain of our own, that's DOE main of our own, Sue Deer is one of the people that arguably helped build this fandom. I have loved her comic. She's also very, very hot. I'm just saying. But, you can ask Benny about that. He'll explain it. I've known Benny and Sue since before I was old. Oh, the Military Nut, Mr. Nut or Miss Nut. I've been watching the work computer go off the clock. Oh, you're at work. Get back to work, you. Yes, thank you for joining us. We get back to work. Let's see. Carolyn says, me and my mom talking about going to AC 2021, which we hope we can do. She says she has a persona, really wants a fursuit. You don't need a fursuit. Having a persona is perfectly fine. I'll tell you what, Carolyn, if your mom is like my age or thereabout, there's plenty of friends for her to hang out with. And if nothing else, my mom will be there, who is probably the most senior furry we have right now. She'd be more than happy to sit and hang with her. Okay. Yes, Sue says, since we were in our 20s, I was in my 30s, you were in your 20s. There you go. And yes, I knew Benny and Sue before Anthrocon even existed. Holy crap. Incidentally, something you guys may not know about Sue and a domain of her own. If you've ever seen The Family Circus, we're talking years ago. Remember The Family Circus when little Billy used to go through a neighborhood and it would show his dotted line going? Sue lived in that neighborhood. That was her neighborhood. She lived in The Family Circus. Owen Concord. Have you ever heard of aeromorphs? That is anthropomorphic planes. What do you think of them? I have heard of them, Owen. I have seen them. And what I can say is I find them interesting. I find them novel. And when I look at them, I feel a little funny. We'll discuss that privately if you want to contact me afterward. Okay, let's just go with that. Oh, Halendrix has to cook dinner. Well, good night, Halendrix. Thank you for joining me tonight. Oh, Big Benny says, back in the before times of PhilCon, ancient PhilCon, back when, dare say, when PhilCon was a thing. Okay, I can say it. Okay, here's the thing. Benny used to live in this magnificent old farmhouse in the town of Lansdale in Pennsylvania. And we would do this Tuesday movie night up in New Jersey with a bunch of old proto-furries, including Wolf Kid, whom I mentioned. And when we would drive back, Benny used to let me crash at his place. The interesting thing about his place is that building was not built. The farmhouse was not built. It was thrust up from the bedrock of Pennsylvania itself. It was a house that was 700 years old. And I would be sleeping there on this cot, and I would have dreams about the pre-colonial period, and then zombies would show up. Just because, why not? Oh, Benny, are there good cheesesteaks in Cary? No, absolutely not. There's plenty of places that say Philly cheesesteak. No. There was one place that used to get Amoroso's rolls, but they're out of business. So no, there's no Philly cheesesteaks up here. Lion Wing says, did you lose weight? Lion Wing, I love you to pieces. Yes, I've been working out. Yes, I have been losing weight, and I have been working very, very hard on my physical well-being. So thank you very much for noticing. Wolfcat Wildcat says, what are dragons? What are dragons? We just don't know. Let's see. Onyx Flame says her 11-year-old niece wants a fursuit. How do I explain to her I can't make her one and she's an adult because there's no point at her age? I have no answer to that, Onyx Flame. Just say to her, you're still growing. If I make you a fursuit now, you're going to outgrow it in 10 minutes. Let's wait until you're finished growing. But you have to say it in Welsh. So it's going to be like, yeah. So tell her that and she'll understand. I can say that because there's Welsh in my heritage and I grew up in the Welsh tract of Pennsylvania. So there you go. Night Howler, do you know what manganese heptoxide is? That's Mn207 if I'm not correct. Or is it Mn307? Yeah, I know what manganese oxide is. Yes, this is a Cerberus pillow. Actually, this is Cerberus. This is a squishable Cerberus. I saw it in a window and I just could not resist him. So yes, this is like the mascot of my house. Oh, Gigard, bonsoir mon ami, merci beaucoup, à bientôt. I'm telling Gigard, later, dude. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I had to refill my glass with this amazing. Tonight's impromptu stream is brought to you by Hakutsuru Brewing Company of Japan. All right. Oh, yes. Cerberus is extremely round. You will notice he is perfectly spherical. And it's almost like Gitare. We have each knee some, including the Kevin head over on the side here. It's lamb. Yeah. I just love. You see, I don't remember. I was at a non-furry convention. I can't remember which one it was. I go to so many, for goodness sake. And there was a book dealer, and this was sitting on a bookshelf among the books. And I saw it, and I said, oh. And I went up to the proprietress, and I said, excuse me, is he for sale or is he just for show? And she said, oh, he's for sale. And okay, I'm a very bad haggler. I just said, I'll take him. Name your price. That was stupid. I should have said, well, he's kind of cute, but it would depend on how much. No, I had to have him. I paid whatever the lady wanted because he was perfect. I had to have him. Kaiwan says, I should watch a YouTube channel called Nile Red. Well, Kaiwan, do me a favor, send me an email because in the morning I'm going to have very little memory of this. In fact, in the morning I'm not going to remember I did a stream at all. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to see all these notes saying, dude, that was a great stream last night. I got to write back. I didn't do a stream last night. What are you talking about? Send me an email so I remember, okay? Lion Wing says, make sure Tianlong doesn't see that sake. Tianlong has seen this sake and there is thunder outside. I suspect he wants some. Boy, a lot of things going by here. BB Productions, I reckon you enjoyed Godzilla King of the Monsters. I love Godzilla movies. Eiji Tsuburaya is my favorite special effects artist, in fact. Katrina Lee, how many plushies do you have? Well, at least 3. At least, yeah. Samson the Cat Fox, do you have a collection of plushies other than Cerberus? I guess the answer is yes. Okay, I have plushies. I've got Chinese knockoff Ronnie. I've got a generic dragon here. I've got Cerberus. Yes, there are plushies in this place. Is it a collection of plushies? I get. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait a minute. Hey, I almost forgot. This one. Okay. I have one of the original Ferragus slackworm plushies. This is Ferragus the slackworm from Australia. I'm very, very happy with this one. This is an absolute collectible plushie, and I'm very, very pleased to have him. So I guess the answer to your question is yes. I guess it is accurate to say I do have a collection of plushies. Kitsune Alex says, good morning from Germany, which tells me it is now morning in Germany and the Germans are waking up. So good morning, Alex. Guten Morgen, wie geht's es dir? Let's see. Wolfcat says, how is it in the Netherlands? Well, if I was in the Netherlands, I would know. By the way, if anybody has friends who are Dutch, I've noticed this. I've been hanging out with furries for many years. All of the Dutch furries I know are huge. They are all 6'2" and more. Every single Dutch furry I know is colossal. That is a genetic thing. It is an evolutionary adaptation. If the dikes ever break, they'll be like, up here. That's why all Dutch people are tall. I'm going to have some more booze. Okay. Ivo says, it's 3 a.m. Yes, Ivo, if it is 3 a.m., you definitely need to turn in. Thank you for joining us tonight. Fergus says good night. Thank you for coming. Oh boy, Lionwing, who is your favorite co-host? I've had many co-hosts here. I certainly love having Tian Long here because he has excellent taste in sake and he helps me choose what we drink. But I liked having Alkali here. I've had Boozy here. I cannot say I have a favorite co-host. It is both a charm and a blessing to me and a compliment when co-hosts come, because these people take time out of their busy lives to travel all the way to North Carolina and hang out with me and watch me get stinking drunk with them. So I am grateful to all of them. Onyx says, I named the green dragon Pickle. Did I? I guess I did. I suspect I named this green dragon Pickle. I got this green dragon at Capital City FurCon. No stories about that. But Pickle here, Pickle, okay, I'm going to show you Pickle's underside. Because Pickle has this interesting little magnet, which, here's the thing, you put this magnet under your shirt and then Pickle can sit on your shoulder and stay there. I think it's a very, very brilliant thing. It's just a little magnet. So I bought Pickle at Capital City FurCon, of which I have no stories. So there you go. Okay. No stories at all. Not a one to be told. No stories. And Pickle, I think, is a little drunk. Okay, I'm wearing here's the thing. Since I've been losing weight, most of my t-shirts are very, very loose. So when Pickle sits on my shoulder, the t-shirt's kind of flopping around. So I'm going to have to just, okay. See? There you go. All right, so Pickle goes back here. There you are. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'd forgotten. Thrayon says, magnets, how do they work? The same with birds. We just don't know. What are birds? Akira Hybrid says, what do you think of cartoons like Animals of Farthing Wood that are more violent but have important messages that actually teach you stuff about the world? Okay, I've actually not seen too much of the Animals of Farthing Wood. Perhaps they are violent, but anything that teaches you anything, I am for. We'll just leave it at that. Tokala Makuro says, tell us about Capital City FurCon. I cannot. I dare not say anything about Capital City FurCon. I should not say anything. I shall just remain silent on the topic of Capital City FurCon and not say anything further about it. Let's see. Jeff Scroggins says, I like it when you drink sake with Tian. I like it too. Because Tianlong has exquisite taste in sake. Here's the thing. When Tian comes... No, I don't mean to point here. When Tian comes to visit, when we go out shopping for sake, he is the one who chooses the sake, and it's usually out of this world. So I love Tianlong like a brother, meaning I want to beat him up all the time. But when he is here, he has the best taste in sake. I am very, very much looking forward to the ability to have him as a co-host. We have some barriers we have to surpass with the current world, as we all know. But once that's done, he will be here, I assure you. Lionwing says, have you heard from Fox and Moore since this whole virus nonsense? Yes, I have heard from both Fox and his parents. Not within the last week. And I should probably get them online. But as far as I know, they're doing it. Fox was very, very depressed for a while because he was stuck in his house, couldn't travel, and was kind of in a musical slump. But I understand he's overcome that and back to his jolly self. Let's see. And Kuksum, we're not saying anything about Capital City for a con, probably on legal advice. I can neither confirm nor deny that a legal advisor who may or may not have been a badger, may or may not have advised me, may or may not to have said anything about Capital City for a con or not. We're going to leave it at that. Katrina Lee, what's your favorite hangover remedy? Easy. Stay drunk. If you never become sober, you will never have a hangover. So remain drunk for the rest of your life and you will be happy. Let's see. Oh, Benny, Fox and family were sad they had to cancel. You reminded me. This is Fox's mom and dad's 40th wedding anniversary, and they were looking forward to celebrating it at Anthrocon. It's yet another thing I felt bad about. But let's face it, safety precludes everything else. There is absolutely no way in heaven or hell I am going to hold any event that is going to place another person at the slightest jeopardy of health or life. So as much as it would have been grand to have them celebrate their 40th anniversary here, I would rather them celebrate their 40th anniversary at home so that I can celebrate their 41st anniversary in person next year. Samson the Catfuck says, we don't talk about rainforest either. No, we do not. Although, as far as I know, no badger or not has ever told me to or not talk about rainforest or not. So let's move on to the next subject, shall we? Oh, Callan is off to bed. Well, you want to watch that Latin video. Gaudeamus igitur. Gaudeamus igitur juvenes dum sumnus. Let us drink and have fun while we are still young and can enjoy it. Good night, Callan. Thank you for joining us tonight. And the chat has either frozen or people aren't saying anything, so I'm going to have another sip. Actually, I need to make another change. Hang on. Excuse me. We're going to put Pickle over here, and we're going to put knockoff Ronnie over here because it just seems appropriate for him to be saying, I just want some sake dim. Okay. That's how it should have been. All right. Oh, Benny, how about Tarpal or ACE? No, we'll be good for now. Lion Wing says, Uncle Kage, you're the best comedian at Anthrocon. Lion Wing, I disagree. I am a comedian at Anthrocon. I share the stage with the likes of Alkali Bismuth and Boozy Badger and Tian Long and others. It is kind of you to say that I'm the best comedian, but as a student of comedy, as a purveyor of the art, one who can appreciate the art of comedy, I will respectfully disagree with you because the people with whom I share the stage are masters of the art as well. And I am not about to say that I rise head and shoulders above them, especially Alkali. That guy is astonishing. And I really hope he's not still in the channel because he's probably masturbating when I say that. But he is one of the most exquisite, brilliant comics I have ever met in my life. Alkali, let go of it. You're done. Get a towel. Okay. I got a little lost there. Let me get back on track right now. Anyway, I'm sure Alkali has gone to bed and didn't hear me say any of that. Okay. Kitsune Alex, what's the most suitable acid for dissolving copper metal? It should be as quick as possible while still clean. Okay, Kitsune, number one, I would have to look that up. My first inclination is to say nitric acid. Okay, but when we're talking about strong mineral acids, I really would like to know a little bit more about what you have in mind before I tell you to take something like nitric acid and handle it, because it's not for the faint of heart. I want you to stay safe with whatever you're doing, okay? Remember, I'm a chemist. There are some chemicals you can throw around and have fun with, but there are others that you really do need to respect. Wolfcat Wildcat says, why are all dragons are like rawr? Okay, look at this face. This is like rawr. That's why. That's the answer to your question right there. Oh, Diana says, I don't think Alkali's head getting any big. Okay, I've worn Alkali's top hat. The thing is like size 10, for Christ's sake. His head is already big. You're right. I shouldn't make it any bigger. Let's see. And Benny is talking about sulfuric acid drain cleaner. Yeah, we've talked about that. Let's just say no. All right. Alex is saying, I'm trying to optimize my PCB etching process. Okay, Alex. I don't know how good the camera is and how good the lights are. Okay, I don't know if you all can see that this hand is very heavily scarred. I don't know if it shows up or not, but this is what being a chemist from the 1980s will do to you. My hands, both of them, are actually very, very heavily scarred from handling acids. You don't want to dick with these things. Trust me. Because sometimes this hurts years later. I wake up and it hurts. Don't dick with it, okay? In the 80s, we thought it was, yeah, whatever the hell, but I've learned since then, all right? Zimbe says, what ciders do you like? The ones that are in my hand at any given time. Actually, Zimbe, you ask, can I call you Zimbe? Is that okay? I'm assuming that's how you pronounce the name, Zimbe. I like proper ciders, by which I mean fermented apple and fruit juices. There are a lot of ciders available in the United States today that are malt beverage flavored with. In other words, it's beer with fruit flavorings. I don't like those. I do like proper fruit ciders. Oh, Lakar Zentona, I can't stay, but thanks me for all the effort. I went to effort? Okay. And headache you went through. That'll be tomorrow morning. I'm trying to get AC. Oh, I see. Trying to get AC ready this year. Okay, Lucar, thank you very much for your sentiment. There were some 300 people who went through the headache of trying to make AC happen this year. And make AC happen every single year, and we'll make it happen next year. I am very, very grateful that you are willing to thank me for it, but I cannot accept those thanks. There are lots of people who are responsible for Anthrocon being the success that it is. In the end, my job is to sign the contracts and to run around in a panic and make people pay attention to me while the staff fixes things. So On behalf of the staff of Anthrocon, I thank you very much for the compliment. Bioshut says, how is Grandma Kage doing? Right now, she is at home. I just had breakfast with her this morning. She's doing quite well. Her diet has been even more successful than mine. A gentleman normally does not discuss a lady's weight. However, my dear and sainted mother is extraordinarily proud of her diet. My little old mother currently weighs in the neighborhood of 117 pounds. She is a wee scrap of a lady and is like down to the size she wore when she was a youngster, and she is extremely proud of that. So I do not mind repeating it. And Benny says they've almost fixed the hole in front of the convention center. In the same way, they've almost built me the hotel tower they promised me in 2004. Right? Yum, 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 yum. Oh, Onyx Flame has only missed 2 to 3 in total. They were stupid ones, Onyx. You didn't need to see them anyway. You didn't miss anything, trust me. Mr. Evers counts 8 mosquitoes on the wall. Hang on. Mr. Evers, may I recommend this amazing device that I purchased? This is an electronic tennis racket that is designed to fry mosquitoes. When mosquitoes come, you like wave this at them and push the button, they go zap. It is a portable bug zapper. I am not going to demonstrate how it works because I have not had that much alcohol. I recommend one of these because they work fantastic. Okay. Here we go. Fabio40 is asking Akalar, you're talking about, never mind. Pardon me. That came from the sake. I apologize. Diana says, I'd personally call Mayor Peduto about that tower. Diana, His Honor and I have talked. Here's the thing. There used to be a, shall we say, statewide representation in Harrisburg that was willing to partner with Pittsburgh to build that hotel tower. That statewide representation is no longer there. Pittsburgh is willing, but the body of the Commonwealth is not. We have to wait for a political change in the tide. Alternatively, I buy a Powerball ticket every time the jackpot goes above $600 million. Why do I buy a Powerball ticket when it goes above $600 million? I shall tell you, since you asked. I've done the calculations, being a scientist and a man of reason. If I win the Powerball at $600+ million and I opt for the one-time payout, all of the taxes, I shall have the necessary quantity of money, which I will take in cash. And I will purchase an old-fashioned steamer trunk and I will fill it with cash money. And I will then go to a Pittsburgh City Council meeting and sit quietly in the back and wait for them to have the open floor when they ask for anyone to bring up issues. And I shall quietly from the back raise my hand and say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sam Conway with Anthrocon. Many of you know me. I would like to know when you intend to build my hotel tower for me. And the city council will say, well, Dr. Conway, as you know, we don't have funding. I'm going to take that steamer trunk. I'm going to dump it. There you are. Make it happen. That is my little wet dream. Let me have it. Thank you very much. Kiowan says, do I think the Estra will build their tower? Yes, because Germany is a civilized country, Kiowan. Yes, Sue knows. Sue says, ha, 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 ha. But Sue's laughing in that nervous fashion, knowing I'm not joking. I would do it. And the city of Pittsburgh knows I would do it. Let me tell you about being Uncle Kage and the city of Pittsburgh. Number of years ago, the Michelin 5-star rated Original Fish Market restaurant, which was in the Westin Convention Center Hotel, closed down. I used to love going to the Original Fish Market because they had a wine list that was longer than the White River Junction, Vermont telephone directory. They had thousands of wines and dozens of German Rieslings that I could pick from. It was heaven. It was a gastronomical orgasm, I dare say. The fish market closed and was replaced by Bill's Burgers. I do not mean to speak ill of Bill's Burgers. It is a magnificent establishment. I love Bill's Burgers. You're fantastic. Mwah! I love you, Bill's Burgers. But you do not have hundreds of wines for me to choose from. You have a paragraph on your menu that lists a paltry few wines. One of which I was excited about. That very first year, when it was the first year of Bill's Burgers, and I showed up, I was there with my logistics crew, the stuff crew, we call them. I sat down to dinner with them, and I looked at this menu, and I was disappointed at the lack of choice of wines, but there was one German Riesling Kreutz wine, Leonard Kreutz. It's a very, very good, well-established German Riesling. When the waiter came by, I said, this one, I want this one here, please. And the waiter with a big smile said, oh, we don't have that one. We're not going to have that one till next week. And the logistics crew, en masse, without any bidding, just reached and took all of the silverware and pointy objects and moved them out of my reach. The next morning, because I'm Uncle Kage, I'm a clown, I'm funny. Yay, Uncle Kage is so funny. We had our pre-convention meeting with the city of Pittsburgh. When I say the city of Pittsburgh, I mean the entire goddamn city of Pittsburgh. All the hotels, the mayor's office, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, everyone is there. And I sit at the head of the table. I came in and I thought, I'll be funny. I'll make a joke and everybody will laugh and be entertained. I walked in very serious. I walked in with my briefcase and I set down the briefcase with my best suit and my best tie. And I sat down and I said, before we begin, I would like everyone to be aware that when I arrived last night, the hotel had no Riesling. And I waited for the peals of laughter. But what I heard was, oh, and everyone turned and looked at the beverage manager of the Westin, who shrank back in his seat. And the other people looked at me meaningfully, like, do you want us to take care of that? And I said, let's get down to business, shall we? We have a convention to put on. Yes, let's talk about that. And I kind of glossed it over, but through the entire meeting, the beverage manager was sitting there sweating bullets. The next year, the logistics crew arrived before I did, as they always do. They were in the lobby of the Westin, and I'm told, I was not there, but I am told, the manager of Bill's Burgers came out chewing his nails, saw the logistics crew and said, is Dr. Conway here? And they said, no, he's on his way. And the manager said, would you tell him we have his Riesling? Okay, on one hand, that's funny. And it's like, oh, wow. On the other hand, that's not really the relationship I want to have with Pittsburgh. It's great. It's wonderful. It's a rush. But the city of Pittsburgh, the businesses of Pittsburgh are Anthracon's partners. I don't want to be the godfather. I don't want to be the overlord. I don't want them to be scared of me. We are in this together. Anthracon is a group effort. If you want to screen cap this, I'm going to say something profound and I'm going to thank the sake for it. Screen cap this. Anthracon does not rule Pittsburgh. Anthracon is a group effort between Anthracon Incorporated, the city of Pittsburgh, and the local businesses. All of us work together to make Anthracon what it is. Not one of those pieces can be lost from the puzzle. Without the city of Pittsburgh, without the local businesses, we would not be what we are. What makes Anthracon special? What makes Anthracon special is that amazing, remarkable, unprecedented relationship we have between this corporate entity of Anthracon, the city of Pittsburgh, the people of Pittsburgh, and the local businesses of Pittsburgh, who all happen to come together and among all of us make something that is so much more than the sum of our parts. That is the magic of Anthracon. It's not us. It's not the city of Pittsburgh. It is all of that together that makes an experience that can be found nowhere else in the United States. Oh, for God's sake, somebody screen cap that, because there's no way in hell I could do that again. Holy shit. We need to make a commercial for Pittsburgh. Oh, great. I just wish I was sober when I said that. It would sound so much better. Conquer the Cat says, hey, Kage, you're losing weight. I love it when people say that. Thank you so much. Is it time to take my shirt off yet? No, it's not time to take the shirt off. Okay. All right. Issei Hyoto, how did I get here? Issei-san, I don't know how you got here, but I am glad that you're here. Welcome to this bizarre stream. I hope that you have a good time. Issei says, why are there so many furry profile pics? Well, okay. Hyoto-san, I'm assuming, Hyoto-san, you're a Japanese name. You have stumbled across a strange little presentation that this old guy who's a member of furry fandom does. Most of the audience are furries. If you know what that is, wonderful. If you don't know what it is, stay around and find out. But the bottom line is, I'm glad that you're here. And if anything that happens tonight entertains you, makes you feel better, or gives you a laugh, then that's what we're here for. So welcome. Draco the Dragon says, Kage, how drunk are you right now? Well, Draco, I'm at Tuesday right now. That's about as far as I've gotten. Nisbet says, I see a rather casually dressed Kage. Okay, Nisbet, this is as casual as it gets. We're not getting any further than this, all right? Oh, and Hyoto-san says, I found you by finding the best sake to buy in Europe. Well, okay, I'm going to take that as a very, very high compliment. If Hyoto-san found me by looking for the best sake to find in Europe, if you found this, number one, I think that the search engine must be broken. But once again, hang around. Hope you'll have a good time. Fallout Renard says, what's your favorite Anthrocon year? Oh my gosh, Fallout. I've been chairman of Anthrocon more than 20 years. You're asking me my favorite year? Every year has its rewards. Every year gives me something that makes me want to keep doing it. Do I have a favorite year? It sounds trite, but every single year of Anthrocon becomes my favorite year because it encourages me to do it again the following year. What can I say is my favorite? Dem Shadowwolf says, can I sing my Bumblebee? Heavens. Dem Shadowwolf says, Kage, can you sing your Bumblebee tuna song? Well, Dem, I would need 5 of me because the Bumblebee tuna song is the Bumblebee tuna quintet. So I would need to sing it in 5-part harmony. Go ahead and search Bumblebee Tuna Quintet Uncle Kage. You can find it on YouTube. I can't do it by myself. Samson the Cat Fox says, I saw chest hair. Ah! This is a joke, Samson. I don't have any chest hair. Blah, blah, except I got there's 2 chest hairs. That's all I got. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, yes, Kuksum Mephididae. Yes, any year that doesn't have a fire alarm, I'll go for that. But there hasn't been a year. Okay, it's not just furry conventions, it's every convention. There's some dipshit out there thinks it's funny to pull a fire alarm. Let me tell you guys a story. Why I don't like fire alarms. I'm going to take you back to the 1980s. See, I was a student at Ursinus College in Collegeville, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. Little tiny borough, Collegeville. Great name, isn't it? Ursinus College is pretty much the entire borough, and there's a little town grown up around it. Collegeville Fire Station is located literally on the Ursinus campus. There was an evening when I was a sophomore. This was in 1987. There was a rash of false alarms that, oh, it's so funny, the frat or sorority, I don't know, college students will pull the fire alarm and everybody has to leave the building. Isn't that funny? Ha, 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 ha. We're having so much fun. It's a laugh. It was happening again and again. One evening, somebody pulled a fire alarm, and the Collegeville Fire Station, Station 34, responded as they must. While they were responding, a house caught fire in the borough of Collegeville. The Collegeville Fire Station was busy responding to what might have been a false alarm or not. The call had to go to the town of Trappe, which is Trappe, T-R-A-P-P-E, the next town up. It took 20 minutes for the Trappe fire station to reach the fire. By then, 3 people had died, burned to death in their home, could not be rescued because the Collegeville Fire Station, Station 34, was busy dealing with someone's ha-ha, isn't that funny? For the rest of my stay at Ursinus College, there were no further false alarms because people realized we pull a false alarm and 3 people died, horribly burning to death, screaming for help in the midst of a fire when no help was to be had. You want to pull a fire alarm? Go ahead and do it. Just don't let me catch you. Because it would be better if the cops did. I'm going to leave it at that because you never know. My lawyer might be watching this. Tell me not to say anything more. All right, what's going on? Sorry, there's a bunch of things going on here. Halendrix is back with Bubger. Halendrix is back with Bubger. What? Excuse me, Halendrix. Can I call you Hallen? Hallen. What exactly is Bubger? I'm a little lost. I don't know the term. Could you help me out here? Yeah. Drake of the Dragon says, Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Yes, it is. It is terrible. I was there. I was a student. I saw the news. And I've been in emergency services. I have served with emergency responders. I know the sound of people burning to death. I've heard it. I have heard people burn to death, and I can't get it out of my head when I fall asleep at night. That's more than you probably needed to know. But yes, that's something I know. And that's something I'm never going to share with you all. So please, don't pull the fire alarm. Just don't, okay? Okay, let's change the subject. Let's move on to happier stuff, shall we? We got a little heavy there. Let's. Okay, Kyowan says, do you think you'll be going to CFZ next year? That's confuzzled. Okay, Kyowan, here's the difficulty. There are difficulties with me getting to Confuzzled, which is in Birmingham. Is it still in Birmingham? Brumby, in the UK. It's very expensive to get there at that time of year. And as much as I hate to say it, can we settle the Brexit thing before I travel to the UK? Good God. Okay, I'll tell you what. We need to back up a little bit. Let's get back to some happy shit, okay? I'm terribly sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We got a little bit heavy right now. I blame the sake for that. There's some shit that goes on in my head I don't normally like to share with people. Let's get back to some funny things, okay? All right. What's going on here? Unexplained. We're still talking fire alarms. Samson says, Pickle is just doing a low, sinister glare into the camera. Oh, yes. This is a low, sinister glare into the camera. I am Pickle. You do not want my flavor in sake. Do not ask why my flavor should not be in sake, because Uncle Kage will be upset. But buy him sake. He loves sakes. Especially if you cannot get sake, please get German Rieslings. Mosel Valley, no older than 3 years. Thank you very much. Okay, there. Moving right along. Okay. Mr. Evers says there's a con in Belgium in November. Well, Mr. Evers, the problem is I don't speak Belch. I've tried to learn, but if somebody could teach me Belch, I will go to the Belch convention. Dynamonic says, is Collegeville named for Pennsylvania Female College and predates Ursinus College? I suspect it might have been. Chin Long says, I set off a bank alarm the other... What? Excuse me, I'm going to read this. Tin Long says, I set off a bank alarm the other day just by using their ATM. You realize you could be caned for that in your country. Conquer the Cat says, can we have a story, not a horror story? Sure. Somebody tell me what story you want to hear. Maybe I'll tell it. Let me refill this glass, okay? I got tons of stories. I got stories. I got more stories than you can shake a stick at. And there's lots of sticks out there, and there's lots of shakers of sticks with... Let me start that sentence again. Okay, you want to hear a story? Let's hear what you want to hear. Oh, Nolan Wolf, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Nolan Wolf. I would sing a birthday song for you, but I'd probably get a copyright strike. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, this is just for Nolan Wolf. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. People moaning in despair, people dying everywhere on your birthday. Happy birthday. Kampai! There you go. Okay. Benny says, are there stories about helping Mom move out of the pier? Okay, Benny, yes, there are, but she's still bitching about it, so I'm going to wait to tell those. All right. Mr. Morningstar, tell the story about the frat boys and furries. All right, I can do that. I'm going to take you back to an unnamed convention that takes place in Indianapolis, Indiana. We are not going to mention the name of the convention. We're going to keep it completely anonymous. So at this unnamed convention that takes place in Indianapolis, Indiana, the convention was sharing its convention space with a college fraternity. There was some friction at the beginning. There's a part of the story that I was involved with and a part of the story I was not involved with. The part of the story I was not involved with, I get secondhand from Pandez. And what Pandez tells us is that some furries pushed the elevator button. And the elevator opened and there were some of the fraternity boys in there and the furries wanted to go on. The fraternity boys held their hands up and would not let the furries on. And as the doors closed, one of the fraternity boys stated, I cannot state it exactly, but I will paraphrase to the effect of, you ain't Rosa Parks and you ain't getting on this bus. And the doors closed. So the head of the furry convention went to the convention services manager, who was a young African-American lady. I cannot recall her name. If somebody could please in channel remind me of what her name was. The convention services manager was a young African-American lady. And when the furries explained to her that these fraternity boys had said, you ain't Rosa Parks and you ain't getting on this bus, the convention services manager, as Pandez tells it, her reaction was, and I can't do it justice, Pandez does it very well. Her reaction was, oh, hell no! And she went off to have... Tonya, yes, thank you, Nustul. It was Tonya. Tonya went off to have a discussion with the leaders of the fraternity. And apparently there was an emergency meeting of the fraternity to have a discussion. Well, the tensions continued. The next night, there was a large table in the lobby, a big table. It sat about 12 people. And the fraternity boys had occupied that table in the lobby, and the furries were kind of in the distance. And the fraternity boys, okay, they're young men, teens, 20s. I was there myself, I understand. They had a giant bowl of ostensibly alcoholic mixture. And they kept taking sips from it. And they were like, oh, ha ha, look at us. We're big men. We are drinking this alcoholic concoction. Ha ha, look, yes, we are drinking this. Aren't we cool? Well, while this was going on, this wrinkly old furry in a lab coat kind of shuffled up and was standing among them, looking over their shoulders, looking at this bowl. Oh, okay. And after a while, the frat boys noticed this old man standing there, and they turned and they looked at him, and the old man said, excuse me, and picked up the bowl and went, gulp, 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 gulp. You boys are amateurs. And that broke the ice, because then the furries kind of came in and joined the frat boys as another bowl came in. And these two groups began to enjoy the bowl together. Now, the wrinkly old man, who apparently must have had enough, went off to his hotel room, probably to puke and pass out, did not see what happened later. But he was told that this group of fraternity boys and this group of furries were enjoying this bowl, and at some point, there were fursuiters there. And the fraternity boys looked at a fursuiter and said, take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. So the fursuiter did this, yay! And it got put down. And there was a brief silence, after which the furries said, put it on, 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 and the head of the fraternity boys. From that moment on, there was no longer any friction. There was mutual understanding, brotherhood, if I may use that term. The two groups got along famously. All it took was that great equalizer to make the magic happen. Kampai. Onyx Flame, thank you very much. You ain't Rosa Parks, you ain't getting on this bus. That was the exact quote. Thank you. Thank you very much, Onyx Flame. Onyx Flame says, story request, Grandma Kage house party. Well, Onyx Flame, I don't want to tell that story because right now I don't know what's happening at my mother's house, which is down at the bottom of the hill. My understanding is she's a frail little old lady. Is frozen for some reason. Oh, there it goes. And she has had her tea, and she's going to put on her nightgown and crawl into bed and maybe read a little bit on her Kindle and fall asleep. That's what I would like to think. However, it is equally possible that right now there's a biker gang outside of her condo having a party in the parking lot, and the cops are being called, and the bikers have formed a cordon preventing the cops from getting there. And she's ready to go to bed, and there's three bikers let's move on to the next subject, shall we? Mr. Evers, heard a theory that hunter-gatherers settled down to grow wheat in order to make alcohol themselves. We're going to go with that theory, Mr. Evers. I suspect it's true that hunter-gatherers settled down to grow wheat in order to make alcohol themselves. We're going to go with that, yes. All right. You see, part of me would like to telephone my little old mother right now and say, have you had your tea and are you in your nightgown ready to go to bed? But another part of me is terrified because the fear is that we will dial the number and we'll hear oonce, 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 and we'll hear people screaming and yelling and hatchets being buried in concrete and guys screaming and yelling and... In order to keep my sanity and my contentment, we're going to presume that it's a frail little old lady has made her tea and has put on her nightgown and is currently pulling herself into bed and pulling her quilt up over her shoulders to go to sleep because we do not want to think of the alternative, which is equally possible. We're just going to leave it at that. Thank you very much. Mr. Morningstar, could you tell the story about when you dropped your wine? I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Morningstar. I have never dropped my wine that I can remember. Draco says, can we hear the story about the time your parents went to a furry convention without you? Oh, I remember that one. I remember that one like it was today. My parents, they're little old people. They're frail and delicate and have to be taken care of, right? I have to watch my parents and make sure they don't get hurt. I have to watch over them. My parents, when my father was alive as well, they loved furry conventions. I used to go with them. Then one evening I happened to have business on the West Coast at a point when there was a furry convention going on. And I found out my parents were going to the furry convention. I said, no, whoa, wait, hang on, wait a minute. You cannot go to the convention. I'm not going to be there. And my parents said, well, why can't we go? I said, because I'm not going. And they said, well, that's your problem. We're going to the convention. I said, you can't go to the convention without me. And they said, watch us. I went out to the West Coast, but also going to the convention was one of my oldest friends and one of Anthrocon's former board members, Giza. He was going to the convention. I said, Giza, listen to me. My parents are going to that convention. You must keep an eye on them. Do not let them out of your sight. Is that clear? And he said, yes, abundantly clear. Understood. I was on the West Coast. And at 11 p.m. West Coast time, which would have been 2 o'clock in the morning East Coast time, my phone rang and it said, Mom. And I got very agitated. Oh my God, what's wrong? Has my father had a heart attack? Has my mom fallen? Is everything all right? And I answered, yes, what? I heard the unmistakable sound of a party and my mother giggling. And I said, Mom, hello, Mom. Mom! Yo, Mom! Mom! And then I heard her very close. I said, put Giza on! And a moment later I heard, hello. I said, Giza, you were supposed to be watching my parents. And he said, I'm watching them. They're right in front of me. And I said, oh, you listen to me, you son of a bitch. You are to take my parents up to their room, make sure they get in there, make sure they get to bed. Do not let them go anywhere else. I am counting on you. Get them up there safely. Do it right away. Do you understand? Do you understand? Giza! 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 And another voice came on. Hello? I said, who the hell is this? The voice said, it's Ferp. I said, Ferp, where's Giza? He passed out. Okay. You want to give them their freedom. You want them to have a good time. You want them to be responsible adults. But you don't want them to get hurt. And you find yourself sitting up for hours and they don't call and you don't know what the hell they're doing. When my mother finally called, I said, I hope that someday you have children who act just like you. Now, here's the funny part. I didn't make any of that up. Benny's here, Sue's here. You can ask any of them. I didn't make any of that up. Thank you, Sue. Ferp's immortal line. And what have we learned? I might be asking myself that question in the morning. My dear old dad. He passed away in 2016. Of course, you all know that, those of you who knew my dad. If my father were here right now, and he heard me tell that story, I know exactly what he'd say. He'd say, well, your what do you call, your mother, well, you know, she you know, well, okay, ask Benny, ask Sue. They knew my dad. I ain't exaggerating, am I? That was my dad. That's his little memorial up there. God bless you, Dad. I missed you. Num, num, num. Oh boy, a bunch of stuff went by and I missed it. Yes, Benny says, Kage is as honest as the new fallen snow. Benny, unfortunately, I drifted. Yum, 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 yum. And now something frightens me. Nobody says, you know, the thing. There's a lot of my stories that could pertain to. Paul Stallion says, Pandas did a musical at another con. You walk in and the song was getting started that you dropped your wine. Well, I must have had too much wine, Paul Stallion, because I don't quite fully understand. It's blank. I'm sorry, I don't recall. And Benny points out that, yes, Dad spoke of the speed of a tree ant unless he had to get out of there. Because there was a time, I've mentioned before, there are sometimes, I hate the word fanboy because it's a pejorative term, but there are sometimes some people who want to engage in conversation, one-sided conversation, and it never stops. One of them had cornered my dad and was just going blah, blah, on and on. My dad was sitting there. And in order to rescue him, I went up and I said, "Hey, Dad, there's some Swedish guys who are in the military. I told them that you used to be in the U.S. Army and they wanted to hear about your experiences. Would you be willing to talk to them?" And Dad said, "Hell yeah, let's go!" I never saw him move that fast in all my days. Mr. Morningstar says, okay, this is an urban legend. Morningstar says, Uncle Kage, about the time you sang karaoke drunk. It's a funny story, Mr. Morningstar, but it is an urban legend. I never actually have sung karaoke. People talk about it, people make up stories, but I am here to tell you right now, absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, I do not sing karaoke. Any stories you've heard about me singing karaoke, they're apocryphal. It's never happened. Silence says, do you ever wonder if Grandma Kage was replaced with the big bad wolf? Silence, no, I do not wonder. I know. I know for a fact she was replaced with the big bad wolf before I was born, which makes me, well, genetics, Anyway, all right. Rainscraft says, I joined when you were yelling. I apologize, Rainscraft. That's what happens in this thing here. Okay. Wolfcat Wildcat said the video is on YouTube. Looking up Frat Boys. Yes, you can find the Frat Boys and Furries YouTube there. Okay, remember how I've mentioned how people bring up stories that I have blocked from my memory? Dem Shadowwolf says, we need to hear the story of when you kissed a roach for charity. Okay, this goes back to Anthrocon 1999. 21 years ago, I was doing a charity auction. Somebody had found one of these gigantic, palmetto bug cockroaches in their room. They brought it to the charity auction, and because charity auctions are the way they are, somebody suggested that this was Uncle Kage's love child, because my persona is a cockroach. And the idea came about that Uncle Kage should kiss his child. Well, I was not about to do that unless it was worth it to the charity. Well, you guys, you're furries, you know how this shit works. You know that when you pose a challenge like that, you're dead. I think I posed some ungodly, unimaginable, unforeseen number, like $500. Holy shit. But it happened that Uncle Kage had to kiss the baby. And here I had this cockroach, this entity which is known to harbor 115 communicable diseases. And I was obliged to kiss it on the mandibles. Sue, were you the one backstage? Somebody was backstage, and I think it might have been Sue. Who is better equipped to describe what they saw when I came off stage, green in the face and hacking and choking? Kampai. Oh my God. Fabio says, Kage and Speedos handcuffed to a chair at Grandma Kage's store. Okay, that's another urban legend. Okay, there's lots of stories about me. And it's very, very nice of you to bring that up. But I can assure you that that story is apocryphal. That sort of thing never happened. Okay. Oh, gloom and doom. It's past 3 a.m. Time to go to sleep. One of my girls is... having... Okay. Nightmare. See to the young lady. Take care of her. Comfort her. Off you go. Thank you very much for joining us, but you've got work to do. Off you go. Thank you. Katrina Lee says, probably should have been for $500,000. Okay, Katrina, those are the days when charity auctions raised $2,000 at most. $500 was like, oh, so excessive. Oh my God, oh my God. Yes, it was Sue, dear. I remember. I ran by her, green in the face and spitting. I kissed the roach. Oh my God, I kissed the roach. Sue at this point is probably better equipped to tell you what happened next. Benny, let's not talk. Okay, burn the chair. We're not going to talk about that. Burn the chair never happened. This is not the stream you're thinking of. Mr. Evers says, I've got a good picture somewhere of Grandma Kage standing with one foot on a fursuiter in bondage at a room party. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I got nothing. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Anyway. Gamma Foxlore. There's a video of you in a Speedo at Grandma Kage's story hour. I was not in a Speedo. Thank you very much. I don't know what I was in, but it was not a Speedo. I can assure you of that. I was fully dressed. I had a lab coat on, and I was fully decent. I know that. Okay, Dem Shadowwolf. How much would charity have to raise to get my persona tattooed on you? Okay. Dem, I am a scientist. I know, okay, I don't trust tattoo artists. I know about hepatitis and all that shit. I'll lay this down now. $100,000. I will not tattoo my body unless $100,000 is raised for charity specifically in that name. I probably should not have said that because now that I think about it, that's probably a very bad move. But it would take that much to get me to acquiesce to a tattoo because I do not consider them safe. All right. Hokitsune. Hokitsune. You and your staff have to write a book with all the war stories. We have a panel at conventions called Convention War Stories or Convention Horror Stories. The tradition is we have to wait 2 years for those stories to come into play, unless we're talking about an unnamed convention that took place in Pennsylvania in January. We're not going to get into that. Onyx Flame says the story of Kage and boxers handcuffed to a chair at his mother's story hour. Mr. Morningstar says, Uncle, what about when a furry drooled on you? Not only, okay, I have a story about a furry drooling on me. I have a story about a furry actually physically biting me. Those are horrific stories. Ryosho Yosei says you should not have said that on a stream because now it's documented. Okay, Ryosho, I now know that. Unfortunately, my lawyer is not in the stream. Typically, he stops me from saying such shit, but he is not here, and I blame him for anything that I get myself into. Oh, Atkalar says Uncle Kage is going to have a hangover tomorrow. Well, Atkalar, I'm drinking sake, and in general, you do not get a hangover from drinking sake unless you're in Malaysia. That's a different story. Oh, Bunny Fluffy 10 has to be on your way. I look forward to you at MCFC 2019. Good night, Bunny. Very good for you to join us tonight. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Here's the problem with both Benny and Sudir. They've been friends of mine for multiple years. They know some of the stories that I want to forget. And the problem is when they're around, when I'm trying to dance around them, they have a tendency to remember them. So thank you very much, my dear old friends, for remembering for me. I'll get back at you eventually. By the way, Sudir is going to be the guest of honor at Anthrocon 2021. She was going to be guest of honor at Anthrocon 2020. We had to postpone that. Sudir is going to be guest of honor at Anthrocon 2021. I sent an email to her saying, do you want the suite with the sex tub? I'm not going to tell you what her answer was yet. Let's see what other questions are coming across here. Kyle wants to hear about the story about Anthrocon on the baseball team. You mean the New York Yankees? When Anthrocon took on the New York Yankees and won! That's a long story. Onyx Lame says at the last wine stream, she drank an entire bottle of wine and 3 ciders, but didn't get a hangover. How? Kumri. That's the answer. By the way, I did arrange for Sue and Benny to have the room with the sex tub in 2020. We'll work on that in 2020. When I say sex tub, I don't specifically mean a hot tub surrounded by mirrors, including on the ceiling. I do not specifically refer to that. I'm simply talking about features at the Westin Convention Center Hotel and suites and guests of honor and how we give them suites. And it may or may not be the suite that has the hot tub that has the mirrors surrounding it, including mirrors on the ceiling. Next question. Oh, Nustula asked about the best limo driver. Okay, Nustula. I still bring that up with Pittsburgh Transportation Group as a little in-joke every single year. When they talk about the transportation for, I guess, fun, I say, we're not going to have Mr. Pit Stains again, are we? Sudir says, Kage is the second best rally car driver I've ever been co-driver for. Sue, you have me at a loss. I don't quite understand exactly what we're talking about. But it's okay. I don't want to ask that question because I've known you for many years and I don't want you to answer that question. We're just going to leave that go. That question needs no answer. We're going to move on to the next one here. Let's... Tianlong says, Sudir is Grandma Kage. Okay. Sue Deer and Grandma Kage have been in the same room before. It's never going to happen again. I forbid it. Sue and my mom are not allowed in the same room. It's called critical mass, and it's dangerous, and it's not going to happen while I'm still alive. Anyway, moving right along. And Diana says, I feel this is when Boozy would say Kage no. Diana, that was 4 hours ago. Holy shit. All right. Quack Quack Honk said, what is it with people licking things? Well, we're furries, for God's sake. I was licked by a... Let's change the subject. Let's move right along. Okay. Oh, fantastic, Mr. Folk. What happened to the fursuit that almost ruined your news interview? Okay. Fantastic, Mr. Folk. Okay, this is another story. Please don't go asking questions in the channel because it's going to take a couple of minutes for me to tell the story. I'm not going to see your question. I think it was Anthropon 2007. 6 or 7. Benny and Sue might remember more than I do because they're younger and have better memories, but we had an interview from one of the friendly news stations in Pittsburgh, and they said, we wanted to do an interview with the guest of honor, and we want to have some fursuiters lined up behind. Kind of it's the backdrop. This is going to be the backdrop to our interview. Interviewer, news camera, and guest of honor, and a backdrop of fursuiters. So I arranged it, and the interview was going on. And while the interview was going on, this husky fursuiter came up behind one of the background fursuiters and threw his arms around and started doing this oomph, oomph, oomph behind him on camera. And I'm sitting there going, no, 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 no. And I kind of, because it's on camera, right? It's on camera. I snuck up behind the fursuiters. I'm like, dude. Bam! I cold-cocked the son of a bitch, grabbed him, threw him off, and shouted to security, get him the fuck out of here. And I was mortified because that's it. We're done. This is going to show up on the 6 o'clock news. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was ready to jump out the window. The Eurofurence crew were there. They held me back, kept me from jumping out the window. When the 6 o'clock news came on, they held me down as I'm sitting there sweating and crying. And the news report came on. And here's the fursuiters in the background. Here's the guest of honor. Here's the interviewer. Talk, talk, talk. And you see the husky come up. And then it cut to a panoramic view of the dealer's room. And then it cut back to the interview just in time to see the husky going whee off camera. I was watching this up in my room. I'm like, oh God. Meanwhile, at the same time, Big Blue Fox, that's BBF to you and I, who is by profession a German news cameraman. That is what he does for a living. He is a German newsman. He was watching this, totally hopped up on American beer. He'd had like 80 Yingling. He was giving a running critique. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is a cameraman. He should be put against the wall and shot. And I'm German. We can do that. Look at this. This is awful. Look at the lighting. The lighting is flat. And look at the framing. He's done terribly. He's cut off your entire foreskin. I said, what? He said, your foreskin. He's cut off your foreskin. That was more than 15 years ago, and I've never let BBF forget that. It's one of my favorite moments in this fandom. Mr. Morningstar says, remember when Qianlong wore a Speedo? Yes, Mr. Morningstar, I have screenshots of that, and I occasionally bring it up on my screen just to see it, if you know what I mean. Yum. By the way, that husky, I have since found out who it is, and I had a crisis of conscience, and I decided to let it go. It's in the past. We're going to leave it there. But that fursuiter knows that I know who he is, and that I am leaving it in the past, and that it will stay in the past. Won't it? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And we will remain friends, won't we? Kampai. And Benny says, weren't you drilled on by an actual wolf? No, Benny, it was not an actual wolf. It was something very, very... Oh, no. I remember what you're talking about. Like I said, Benny's known me for many years. I was not drooled on by an actual wolf. I was thwomped on by an actual wolf. An actual timber wolf decided that I would be a good place to sleep on, and turned around 3 times and thwomped her 110-pound body on top of me to spend the night. So she was not drooling, she was thwomping. It's a very different thing, drooling and thwomping. Voltage the Wolf says, I remember all 8 years I heard that Kage is a wee little lad. God bless you, Voltage, and I hope someday you will be repeating this story to the wee lads, because that's where I shall find my immortality. Draco says, I bet seeing Kage in a Speedo is terrifying. Let's have a poll. Those of you who have seen me in a Speedo, is it terrifying or not? We shall find out. And Ryosho says, when you want to look evil, you look really evil. Ryosho, I am a convention chairman. I have lots of practice in looking like a convention chairman. We're going to come to an understanding, aren't we? That's how the game is played. Oh, what else is going on here? Yeah, Ryosho Yose, that's kind of cute. Okay, let me give you the whole story, Ryosho. Many years and centuries and decades and minutes ago, I was an intern at the Vermont Institute of Natural Science. It's a nature preserve in Vermont. After I was a graduate student at Dartmouth, that's what I did for a summer. I was an intern there. And the interns lived in an old hunting lodge that had been given over to the Institute. So we're talking a log cabin with like a wood stove and barely electricity and bunk beds, a hunting cabin. And that's where the interns lived. Well, we had invited, as guests, some representatives from Wolf Haven in Colorado to come and speak at the Institute. And they had brought along 2 of their wolves. One was a black wolf named Shaman, and the other was a white, very, very pale white wolf named Kira. She was a puppy. She was just like a puppy, a baby, a puppy. A 110-pound puppy who could break my leg bones with her teeth if she wanted to. So the interns gave up our bunk beds and we put sleeping bags on the floor. That's where we slept, and our guests slept on the bunk beds. Well, Kira, the wolf, the white wolf, and her handler were in one of the bunk beds, and Kira was chewing on one of her favorite toys, which was a deer leg, a full deer leg. She's gnawing on it. Nom, nom, nom. And I was on the floor in my sleeping bag. And at one point, Kira just stopped chewing on her toy and turned and looked at me. Now, I was told when you're dealing with wild or quasi-wild animals, you don't look them in the eye. Don't make eye contact with members of the wild. In their world, that means something different than it means to us. So she made eye contact with me, and I kind of looked away. And she got up, dropped her toy, her deer leg, and she walked over. Now, I'm in a sleeping bag, and here's this colossal wolf. And she leaned down and put this big muzzle in my face. She's going sniff, 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 sniff. And I'm lying there very still thinking, oh, isn't this darling? And then she turned around 3 times and went wham! And just dropped herself on top of me. Now, I was a little slighter than I am now. I think I weighed all of 125 pounds, which is about 30 pounds less than I am now. She went, and I went, I tried to push her off, and she went, roar! So I froze. And her handler said, oh, that's so sweet. She likes you. I said, yeah. The rest of the night, I did not sleep. I had this timber wolf, full-blooded timber wolf, lying atop me, sleeping. And any time I tried to move, she said, roar! I just held still. I had to wait until she was ready to get up in the morning. Around 4 in the morning, when I had to go to the bathroom, it was torture because I had to hold it. I tried to move. Roar! Okay. But it was worth it. It was all worth it. All worth it because the Wolf Haven folks took the wolves outside at about 6 a.m. This was a Vermont early spring morning. Dark and foggy outside. They took the wolves outside, and the wolves started to howl. And here I was lying in a log cabin in Vermont, listening to wolves howling out the window. And it took me momentarily to a different place. A place I only visited just a couple of times. A place that human beings ordinarily are not invited to. But I got to visit it right then, and that made it all worth it. Then I got up and went to the bathroom. Oh, Jesus Christ, did I have to go to the bathroom. Marauder says I need to shave. I guess I do. Thank you for pointing that out, Marauder. You know, I have extremely sensitive skin. I generally only shave 2 to 3 times a week because it hurts when I shave. Tomorrow is Sunday. Fuck Sunday. I will shave Monday morning when I'm going to be going back into work. That's the next time. New Stool says, guess you like the Czech Republic. Jestem bulby American a nevím česky. The only phrase of Czech that I know. Fabio 40 says, Tienmong, if you get a second chance to run off with Kage's trousers, would you do it or leave it with him? And Tien says, depends on how much people pay for one or the other. That's why Tien and I hang out together. That's an excellent answer. I make you 2 for 1. And Maya Lesovsky says, pretty blue eyes. Well, Maya, you must be talking about Tianlong because he's the one with the pretty blue eyes. Let's see. Wolf Brave says, he not in lab coat now. Okay. It's Saturday night. This was not a scheduled stream. I am sitting here in my t-shirt. No, I ain't taking it off because I ain't got no money yet. So yeah, this is my casuals. Thank you very much. Feast your eyes, glut your soul. Rainscraft says, the dragon is on the floor. That sounds like a Cold War code. The dragon is on the floor. I suspect he is. Oh, Mr. Morningstar, can you tell the story about your mom inviting security to her party? Well, Mr. Morningstar, you're talking about every single furry convention since the year 2000. So you're going to have to be a little more specific. Oh. Draco the Dragon, how about you tell the story of how you and Tianlong first met? I remember that. It was at, I want to make sure I get the convention name right. Was it Motor City FurCon or was it still the one before that? I think it was still called Motor City FurCon at that point. I was introduced to this yellow noodle dragon who said, I am Tianlong, I am a dragon and I drink sake. And I was like, dude, that's cool. I like sake too. And we've been the best of friends ever since. Oh, what? Somebody help me out. What was it called before it was Furry Connection North? My memory is escaping me, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologize. Oh, boy. Someone's bound to see it here. Chrono says Kage needs to get his OBS Streamlabs to do charity streams so we can donate. Well, Chronos, if you send me a step-by-step tutorial how to do that, I'll do that. Okay. And Tianlong says, correct, it was Motor City. Kaiwan says, who's your favorite character of Slackworm? Ferragus, of course. I love Ferragus. Samson the Cat Fox says, do you shave with a safety razor? Okay, Samson, I actually shave with an old-fashioned straight razor. I actually shave with a straight razor. That's not true. I made that up. That's a lie. Yes, I shave with a safety razor. I do not shave with a straight razor. It's one of these, like, 5-blade, whatever the hell things these are. Yep. Paul Stallion says, look over your left shoulder. Tianlong is not there. Okay, but the phrase, I just want some sake, damn it, is here, which might as well be Tianlong. Okay. Oh, Tien says, yes, it was Furry Connection North, then Motor City. Thank you very much, Tien Song. It was Furry Connection North, then Motor City. All right. And apparently Ronnie fell off the... Oh! I lost, excuse me. I lost Chinese knockoff Ronnie. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, buddy. There. All right. Okay, got it. Fabio says he should read his chat a little faster. Okay, Fabio, you can read your chat a little faster. How's that, okay? Real show. You know, I did have a straight razor cut once. I was in Chicago, and I was at a barber, and I said, is it still 2 bits for a shave and a haircut? And he laughed. He said, no. And I said, could I get a shave from you? He was doing my hair, and I said, could I get a shave from you? And he looked a little nervous. He said, well, I could. It's been a while. I said, I would like a shave. So the barber got out his straight razor and he started shaving me. And I laid back and he gave me a straight razor shave. And then when he was done, he took a styptic pencil. You young kids don't know what a styptic pencil is. And started doing this. And I paid him, and when I went home, it looked okay. But 8 hours later, it looked like I had lost a bet with a weed whacker. My entire face had been sliced to hell. So I have not had a straight razor cut since. And Keto Dragon Fox says, my wife totally missed that. If you mean Ferragus the Slackworm, this is just for your wife. There, that's Ferragus the Slackworm. All right. And Thrayon knows what a styptic pencil is. I am impressed. Mr. Morningstar says, would you ever get a mohawk? Benny, would you be kind enough to answer the question from Mr. Morningstar? Would you ever get Would you ever want to get a mohawk? I'm going to try to bring the picture up, but I'm sure Benny could do it faster than I could. Would I ever get a mohawk? We're going to see who's first, me or Benny. I am looking up a certain thing, blah, blah, blah. Blah.com, but I gotta spell it right because I'm old. And then you gotta put a slash in there. Slash. I think that's right. I'm having a little trouble typing for reasons I do not know. Oh, there it is. Benny, do you have that link? Where is it? Boy, Benny, I hope you have it because I can't find it. Okay, there we go. The question has been put forth. Uncle Kage, would you ever want to get a mohawk? I'll just leave that right here, shall we? Let's move it back a little bit because it's a little out of focus. There was a brief time that I wore a mohawk. Feast your eyes, glut your soul on my accursed mohawkness. The funny thing is, it was around this time I wanted Stan Sakai to be our guest of honor, and I found out later Stan Sakai looked at our webpage and saw this picture and said, oh, hell no. So it took a number of years before he finally acquiesced. Oh, yes. And Benny says it's above in the chat. Of course Benny got it before I did. Naturally. Yum, yum, yum. Oh boy, a lot of shit's gone by. I need to catch up. Excuse me, guys. I need to catch up. Wolf Brave says, I am Mary Popkey, y'all. Apparently that means something. We're just gonna go with that, all right? Okay. Yes, and Autofox says, even Kage had a toot in the 90s, yo. And Rainscraft says he looks like a white Mr. T. Not just okay, I look like the whitest Mr. T that was ever. I'm talking, Miracle Whip and Ritz Cracker Mr. T. Oh, for Jesus Christ. And Bert says, I left for a while, and I swear the red dragon was on the left and the green was on the right. No, Bert, this dragon has been on this side, and it has. Okay, guys, Mac, back me up. These dragons have not changed. They have been here the entire evening. Bert, you've had too much. It's time to go to bed. And Samson Catfox says, razor burn is like the fires of hell sneezed on your face. Yes, it is. I get it. I get it, especially here. I don't want to be a neckbeard, but Jesus Christ, it's very difficult to shave this year. Autofox says he's Mary Poppins, y'all. Yes, I'm from the same part of England that Dick Van Dyke is from. Yeah. Oh boy. Since I have this open, are there any other pictures? Okay. Wait. I got a picture. Benny and Sue will both appreciate this picture. A picture of me on my hot date with the hottest tomato that ever walked the face of the earth. Okay, Benny and Sue, is that a hot tomato or is that a hot tomato? Let's leave it at that. Yay. I'm just about done. I have a suspicion when this glass is done, I might be done. Benny says, I think the links might be getting muted. I don't know. I ain't doing it, Benny. If they are, I don't know. It might have been set up by one of my I don't know. Onyx Lane says, Pickle is on the right. Yes, Pickle is on the right. He's on my right. He's been here the entire evening. There's no question about that. Rainscraft said, I had a mohawk in 3rd grade. Well, good for you, Rains. I had one after 3rd grade. The evening is winding down. Okay, this was not meant to be an actual Winestream, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here tonight, thank you very much for joining. But the idea was I bought this sake and just wanted to drink it. And I fired up the webcam because I didn't want to drink alone, because that way lies madness. I did not know that when I start streaming, YouTube announces to the world. So thank you very much for joining tonight. This was not the plan, but I'm very, very glad you were here so that I could share my wonderful drink with everybody. Thank you. Kaiwin says this is like some 1984 shiz. Okay, that was my hot date. Let's look up my old Red Cross ID. Let's see if I can find it here. Is it that one? No, that's ugly. Jesus Christ. When I was with the Red Cross, I had, there we go. This was the identification on my picture with the American Red Cross before I found out that they were an organized crime outfit. Yes, I used to wear a beard. And what else we got here? No, that's just it. I got a bunch of pictures. Who the hell remembers all this shit? Okay, here we go. Okay, this is going to be, I'm going to show this picture to everybody. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. There's a picture. I'm going to back it up a little bit. Can you see? So you can see details. There you go. There's a picture. Y'all like that picture? Who's that picture? Yeah, you recognize that guy? Ladies and gentlemen, this picture was taken in 1966. That is my late father in that image. If there was ever any question that my mom was screwing around with the milkman, this puts those rumors to bed right there. Okay. Thank God she ain't watching. Oh, there's some texts. Excuse me, I got some texts. Dude, you should go to bed. I think someone's trying to tell me something. I'll tell you what. When this glass is empty, I think this stream is done. All right, let's see. Oh, boy, a lot of stuff went by. Oh, Mr. Morningstar. Good night, Mr. Morningstar. Good to see you tonight. Otto Fox says, Kage was into Syndicate. I wasn't. My dad was. Remember, I'm from Philadelphia. My late father used to be an oil burner serviceman. He serviced the air conditioning heating systems from some of the mob bosses in Philadelphia. My dad took care of the HVAC systems of John Gotti. He took care of the HVAC systems of Andrenetti. He took care of the HVAC system. Okay, I probably shouldn't say anything more because there's some names here I shouldn't be mentioning. Let's put it this way. My dad knew everyone in Philadelphia, and it didn't matter. He was a working man, did his job. Okay. Oh, Debonair says, I did an internship with the Red Cross years ago, never again. I'll tell you what, Debonair, contact me later on. We should share stories about the mafia that is the Red Cross. Oh, good heavens, it's done. I've gone through more sake than I intended to tonight. Again, this was a one-off. I just wanted to have some sake and I wanted someone to drink it with. So, Qianlong mentions that Boozy is screaming, apparently, that I'm mentioning mob ties, so we're not going to mention any more of that. So, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once more for joining me tonight in whatever the hell I do. I don't know why I'm here. I just wanted to have some booze. But we're going to call an end to it. I've been here quite a while. It's been very, very kind of you to be here this evening and virtually come into my living room and join me for a drink. I can only hope that it's been as enjoyable for you as it has been for me. And since I was threatening it earlier, okay, all right, we'll do a shirtless point here. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're done with that shit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.